Oh, man. Man. All right. All right. All right, we live. We back. We good, man. We good. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Hello. What's going on, guys?
Too long.
Maggie, hello.
What's up? For a bit, I have been so hemmed busy and miss being able to hang out here more often.
Why? Maggie, just shirk all responsibility and return to, not return to monkey, return to nerd. That's right. Get a Slurpee, take the day off, and play some Baldur's Gate and hang out the stream. Just say fuck it. That's the play, I think, right? I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't have a real job, so. Thanks for the tier 3. I appreciate it, Maggie. Yeah, BRB quitting. Okay, good. Yeah, all right, cool, excellent, good, Maggie. We missed you. But I'm very proud of you. You're doing amazing stuff. You do good work. You do important things. And so when you're off busy saving the world, you're literally saving the world. So good shit, Maggie. We miss you though. Thank you for the resub. I'm honored to have you here for what little time we do. What's up, Buns? Good to see you, Atari. Good morning, Brooklyn. New username, Brooklyn the Bard. I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that. That's pretty good. Now, I mean, I will shame you for not putting capitals in there. I will shame you for that. But I like that. That's pretty cool. Brooklyn the Bard. That's kind of nice. What's up, Danny? Good to see you, Jacob and Firemaster and Nesto. Good to see you, Nick and Fox and even Thorkin with the lurk. Holy shit, dude. Even Thorkin. And what's up, Leonardo? It seems you stream at 6 p.m. my time almost every day. Correct. That's when I stream. I stream the same time every day, basically. Exactly. What's up, Mel? Hello.
It is the man of the party.
What's up?
Hi,
good to see you. Yes, that's me.
Feel like I'm dying, but I'm here.
Ooh. Well, just like Maggie, take the day off, grab a Slurpee, and just quit your job casually. You know, I don't know. Go start building 40k bottles. Oh, that sucks. I hope the migraine feels better throughout the day. Mel, that's tough, man. That's that's fucking rough. But hey, at least it's not the spring anymore, so there's no pressure changes, right? Right? Isn't that the silver lining?
Off, Evan.
Good,
Aren't
excellent.
You proud of me?
Yes.
D.
Do you have a Slurpee though? That's like you guys are missing the core component here. God, man, you need to have that 10 a.m. Slurpee. That's what I mean. You know, you ever just say fuck it and just take a U day? Just take a fuck off day and just go grab a Slurpee, get some snackies. I don't know, and just completely chill. No, just me. Okay, cool. Well, you know.
Frantically looks around. A drink from Dunkin' Donuts. D.
All right, whatever. That probably still counts. So, thank you for the 300 bits, Mel. I'm on. That's a lot of bits. Jeez, dude. Holy shit, man. Thank you for the 300 bits. Thank you for contributing to the bit goal. That's right. Of getting Ella Taco Bell. So, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. We got a lot of things to do. We got a lot of work to do this week. A lot of preparation to do for tomorrow, too, because tomorrow is my return, my glorious return to our D&D game with Ashy of Heart, Brother Ulnar, and Vixie of Many Sweaters.
What's red and bad for your teeth? A brick.
Yeah, true. Yep. Thanks for the tier 1s, Cass. I appreciate it. Thanks for the 5 months, bro. Goddamn, dude. Y'all getting some long subs up in here. Thanks, Cass. That means a lot. And thank you, Cass, for contributing to the hype train. That's right. Twitch's new hype train is active on some channels. What you get, I don't know, but I got an email and Twitch said, hey, your hype trains are different. And I said, okay, I don't fucking know what that means, but you know, dope, whatever it does mean, dope, I guess. But thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I don't even know what it means. I just said I didn't know what it means. Mel, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck, dude? Chill. That's a lot, man. Thank you, Mel.
Happy birthday, D.
It's... What do you mean? All right. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thanks for the late birthday wishes. I appreciate that. You know, just celebrating them April birthdays straight through into... Shut up, Atari. Not you too. Come on, I expected better. I expected better from you. All right, fucking Lieutenant Colonel out here on my ass. Jesus Christ. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Thank you for the bits.
Oops, my finger slipped.
Yes.
Oopsies,
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful. Sometimes you might accidentally just gift 5 subs, and that's just fucking degenerate. So this degenerate behavior, I'm putting an end to it now because Tiny Spirit Fox is here, and you guys aren't allowed to be degenerate around Tiny Spirit Fox lest she get inspired. So we got our adventure tomorrow. We got to return to our D&D campaign tomorrow, and I am nervous because I was supposed to plan combat for the last 2 weeks and plot and ploy, and I didn't. So where we left off in our game, I was about to go enter into one-on-one honorable combat with another knight from another paladin order with a similar sword to mine. And I don't remember what daily powers I have left. I think I have some, so I gotta do some planning for tomorrow. We also gotta do some art. I really wanted to have art of Brother Ulnar, at least Brother Ulnar's new character, which is in fact Brother Andy. So I gotta do art for Brother Andy, I guess. Tomorrow we might do that. I might actually throw some art of the party into Eldara canon as well. It's your birthday? It's not my birthday. No, it's not. Leonardo, they're just trolling me. It's not my birthday. No. They're just, God damn it, guys. This is fucking poorly behaved Twitch chat making the innocent, lovely people in YouTube fall for your fucking Tom dipshittery. No, Leonardo, they are. Thank you, Leonardo. That's very sweet of you to say. My birthday was a little while ago. They're just carrying it through because they're being cringe. So, but it's not today. No. It was recently though. They just won't shut up about it. So, but yeah, I think I might actually do some art for the party and then include them into Eldara adventure things. Which, by the way, we didn't talk about this yesterday, but the actual formal feedback I got from the adventure, I got some feedback from some people, some individuals about some things we need to talk about and go over and get opinions on today. I think.
Happy birthday. From all of us to you.
I'm gonna jump out the fucking window and just leave my stream on for the next 3 hours.
Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true.
I'm just...
Happy birthday from all...
Oh my god. Okay, you're just gonna disappear into the Canadian wilderness and none of you guys are gonna see me again. Oh, happy late birthday. Thank you, Leonardo. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mel, for the 100 bits. That's very sweet. Hey, it was a big birthday this year. It was my 35th, man. So, you know, I'm old as fuck, and who knows? Who knows? I hear everything goes downhill from 35, but I don't know. Kind of living it, so having a good time. But yeah, so I got some good feedback on the adventure. I heard some things from D&D players that I need to run by you guys. The illustrious Dragon's Claim. Okay, so I'm aware that within our little guild, we have a very specific niche of enjoyers of D&D. Now, to be fair, I think that it's really cool because I think there's lots of different types of D&D players in our little guild. We generally err on the side of more narrative D&D, which is fine, it's more contemporary, but there are still voices of the old school play style from like me and Atari and other people. There's sort of like the more wargamey side of it a little bit, you know, the Thorkins of the guild, which is great. But I got some feedback that I want to run by you guys for the adventure. Now, somebody posed the idea, and I want to see what you guys feel about this. Posed the idea of not posting the adventure with D&D mechanics. They said make it system agnostic because that's what narrative players like. And I would have, you know, I get a lot of like, hey, you should do this or whatever for your adventure. But this was something I heard from a couple of different people. And I'm wondering where the fuck this comes from. Is there like a renaissance in adventures right now where everyone's doing system agnostic? Because I was thinking about this, contemplating yesterday while I was assembling my tiny plastic models of Adeptus Sororitas Magifier. That's the real word, I think. You collected all the level 3 emotes. Oh shit, I got hype train emotes. Thanks for the hype train, guys. I appreciate it. Is that the new thing that Twitch said? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so the idea of system agnosticism for the adventure, I'm wondering where this is coming from, because I don't want to avoid or, you know, discount any information if there's sort of new trends in the D&D sphere. Obviously, if you want to make a product that people are going to enjoy, and I want this adventure to be something people enjoy, I'm wondering if there is something that I'm missing in the more recent sort of era of Dungeons and Dragons that I need to be aware of. Is there like a whole thing about like a departure from specific adventures and specific systems? Because I haven't heard it from our community, but I do wonder when I sort of reach out into the broader sphere of D&D players, what the fuck is going on out there? The impact of, like, for instance, the impact of Baldur's Gate 3, I underestimated it, and I gave it a lot of credit. And even with all the credit I gave to it, I still underestimated it. Because a lot of people, so I think you have a lot of the same conversation at conventions, and I'm used to that because I stream, right? And so sometimes you have the same conversation on stream quite often. You figure out how to make something more efficient, communicate information efficiently, where somebody will come in and be like, hey, how to draw? And rather than trying to figure out some like long flowery explanation, you kind of like condense it down to like a couple of phrases or whatever, right?
This is happening a lot with
Yes.
Tales too.
Really?
We are doing a lot of different systems within the same story to play around with different mechanics of the story.
Right.
A bit of a Frankenstein sort of style of play. Not D&D focused, but wanting to piecemeal the game together in a way.
Interesting. Okay. Good morning, Sabine. What's up, dude? System agnostic, where the system works great when running in the system it is designed for. Now the perfect spot to put my Vesper print. I get to see it every day in the corner of my eye. I'm honored, Sabine. Listen, Sabine, really one of the things that hits me the hardest straight in the heart for art is when people are enjoying it. When I find that people want to put it up somewhere in their home, a print, whatever, a phone background screen. This all like this heals the inner depraved artist inside of me to hear. So thank you, Speed. I'm glad the art was worthy of placing it up somewhere in your home, so, or office or whatever you have it. Isn't D&D 5e so bland now itself is system agnostic? That's hilarious. That might be the funniest thing that you ever said, Atari, and I agree. Like, oh, Jesus Christ, like actually true. Okay. Regardless, like I underestimated the impact of Baldur's Gate 3. And in this whole thing of like, I have these conversations with people that are, you know, I have the same conversation with people over and over again. So one of the ways that I would talk about, wait, what the fuck is, I expected to see a print from Sabine, and I see this fucking like Timu poutine. What the fuck? Yo, that looks good as hell because poutine's supposed to look disgusting. So good job. Oh shit, look at her. She's chilling, man. There she is, right in front of the Hero Forge and everything, right beside some Beauregard and Keyleth. I see you're a Marisha Ray fan. That's fucking sick, dude. I am honored to share a shelf with Bo. That's fucking dope. I mean, that might be the highlight of my day, Sabine. And I played World of Warcraft for like 20 minutes today, so you know that's a high bar to jump over. But yeah, the impact of Baldur's Gate 3 was huge because I would say to people often, they'd be up at my table, they'd be looking at my art, being like, oh, what the fuck is this? And you know, you say hey, and they say hey, and there's kind of like, where do you go in a conversation after that? It's like, how are you, enjoying the con, whatever. I just like to talk to people and engage them and like, you know, get to know people, because like you break them out of their shell a little bit, they'll tell you a little bit about who they are, and it's awesome. You get to know D&D players, and I love that. I love that about streaming, I love it about conventions. So you know, I'd talk about the con if I want to. It'd be like, yo, you know, it's first time at game con, whatever. But often I would say like, hey, are you guys D&D players? And most people who approached my table said yes, the vast majority. And then I'd say, oh, cool, well, this is all art for my D&D adventure. Or if they're like, no, I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is actually all art for a D&D adventure I'm publishing this summer. And they're like, oh, I kind of know what that is. Cool, now it makes sense. So one way or another, it would sort of work out for a conversation. Also, Ella, are you around? Are you in chat, Ella? I think you said you had Twitch open, but I'm not sure if you're around today. I need help. I need delivery of antihistamines if you're around, Ella. Please and thank you. But yes, so a lot of people would talk about D&D and say they know or they're aware of it or it's in the periphery or they do play it, and the amount of people who said, yeah, I started playing D&D because of Baldur's Gate was like maybe 20% of people who I asked about D&D told me that unprompted. So what's the actual number of people who play D&D because of Baldur's Gate 3? It must be a lot bigger than I thought. And that's very interesting because, like, through our little Twitch sphere, we are all enthusiast power users for D&D. If you're in a Twitch stream talking about Dungeons and Dragons on the internet, if you're watching Critical Role, you're watching this, like, you know, you're interacting with D&D as a hobby outside of the game, you are an enthusiast power user. You're at the very top of the, you know, hierarchy of fucking degenerate D&D nerds. So we can't gauge that easily. We're all going to be playing D&D because of D&D's sake. But when I get to talk to people who are very casually invested in the hobby, kind of like learned about it, whatever, just general like nerd periphery people, this was very enlightening to me. And I knew Baldur's Gate 3 was going to be big, but I didn't realize that so many people had started D&D recently because of Baldur's Gate, which at the same time I'm realizing even more now, Wizards of the Coast, I can't fucking believe you guys screwed up your Baldur's Gate 3 Larian, you know, deal. Whatever it was that Baldur's Gate 3 was going to put out for DLC that it isn't because they cut all ties there. I'm like, are you kidding me? I didn't realize how good for the brand BG3 was. I knew it was good, but I didn't realize it was this good. And I knew it was really good, but it's still, I underestimated it. So, pretty cool. But it seems like there's a lot of people sort of in that conversation who were not sort of like, I got into D&D because Baldur's Gate 3. People who are in the conversation of like, hey, I like playing this system or that system, or I don't play D&D anymore for whatever reason. A surprising amount of people play Daggerheart, which I thought was cool. But what was also very interesting to me is of the maybe like 6 or 8 sort of like groups of people, of friends that said they played Daggerheart, the crazy thing is, Sabrina, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Of the people who said they like groups of people, they said they played Daggerheart, not a single one of them was aware of Drawsteel. So I had said, hey, that's really cool, you play Daggerheart. And I'd say something along the lines of like, yeah, that's cool. Like a lot of people are playing either Daggerheart or Drawsteel right now and looking forward to those releases. And all of them would be like, what's Drawsteel? So very interesting to me that a lot of them have no idea what that system is, what that that game is, but yet they're enthusiasts enough to play D&D, and then on top of that they're playing Daggerheart because they're not wanting to play D&D for whatever reason. So very interesting. Yes, I learned a lot of like really interesting kind of data or whatever. Horizon's practically system agnostic as it is. It's all the way to page 7 before you mention anything D&D-ish, and that's just DC levels for checks in some encounters. Right, and that's by design, I think. But I'm still gonna have like monster stats and things like that, you know, for encounters, and a couple of I want to add in a little bit more chunky sort of like DC kind of like roles and skill like prompts for skill checks. I think Katara. That's one thing that in my notes is a little bit lean in the adventure as it is. So that's me. Never played D&D, have a vague knowledge of what it is. That's fair. Okay, interesting. If you did a system agnostic adventure, it would discourage more buyers than encourage. That's what I assumed, and that's sort of still where I'm at. I'm talking about, yeah, because, yeah, I don't know if I'm convinced, but people have at least presented a weighted data for me that I'm like, I should at least consider this. Running adventure book, you always make changes, but the extra legwork of adapting material for your system you play might turn people off. Yeah, right? Right? Any conversion to another system would need guidance on how difficult to make ability checks. Is WotC Hasbro laying off people that talking Larian? There's a cause of Larian saying nope. Exactly. It's like you can't believe they actually did that shit, right? Larian has made DLC for any of their games within a decade. BG3's DLC was always unlikely, regardless of what WotC did. Sure, you can say that the precedent they set was that they didn't do DLC, but also this is Wizards of the fucking Coast. You know, so this would have been, I don't necessarily take what they did for Divinity or any of the other games too seriously as far as the method and the you know, how they would have treated Baldur's Gate 3. I would have easily seen them releasing DLC for it, or even just like deep content patches, maybe not even DLC, but deeper, but actual content patches, not just like, you know, some classes are content, but not really, you know what I mean when I say content. So I definitely would have seen them doing something different like that, but I don't know. Personally focus on the one system first, then adapt it later. Yeah. Right. If you design the majority, then fewer people will need to do the conversion. If it's system agnostic, then everyone has to make a conversion. Well, I also think that it's kind of like, so we talked about this a bit at the convention, that the game is geared to be more casual than it is competitive for players. So the reason why is because I feel like anyone who understands how to, or anyone who would have the desire, or the players that want more of a challenge, they know how to turn encounters up and make them more difficult. But a newer DM or a less experienced DM has no idea how to tune back encounters. So if I make it very difficult and I say, hey, this is supposed to be a difficult adventure, if you want to make it a little bit easier, just tune the encounters down. People are like, I don't fucking know what that means. So I think sometimes playing to the people that are going to maybe be, need the most amount of help is better. And I think that often, just to be real, people who are playing other systems are used to adapting D&D content to their systems because they're on the fringe. They're the deviants in the whole TTRPG market. But D&D players would have no idea how to adapt something to D&D in general because they're used to everything being formatted for them. So even then, the argument against making, like, the joke I could make is that Horizon is a system agnostic adventure. It's just I also put the rules in for D&D players that need me to speak very slow. Like, that could be it too. I don't know. But realistically, I didn't realize that there was a lot of people that weren't playing D&D, like, out there. Like, even at a convention like GameCon. GameCon's not the total casual market, but I think it represents a much more realistic viewpoint of the casual market than, let's just say, the stream chat or, our sort of group in our guild and Discord. But even then, if you're at a gaming convention, you're probably more of an enthusiast than the casual or average D&D player. I don't know where that line falls, and I guess we don't really know because we don't have data points for it. Right? Like, we can look at other games, we can look that do have their data points that are similar, that they post things like MMOs and various video games, or take into consideration like card game markets and how Magic the Gathering works. We can try and discern a lot of like what's going on from other games and other markets, but at the end of the day, we have no idea how hardcore the average D&D player actually is. And I think that it's probably less than people like to give it credit for, because there's like contingency of people that think that everybody's casual or whatever, and that's obviously wrong. There's also contingencies of people that even I see in my stream chat over the months here that are absolutely terminally online, that think that everyone is like a hardcore player, that's the way the average D&D player works, just because they're so stuck in their Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, Twitch sort of meta of enthusiasts, and they think that's the norm. And you can never think that that's the norm, because it almost always is wrong. And I wonder, like, even then, what is the average D&D, like the question that I would really like, if I could ask one question of the universe or Wizards of the Coast and about D&D players, I would learn a lot from the answer of, does the average D&D player know about Critical Role? And from that, I could probably glean every other piece of data point that I want to, from just understanding that. So I don't know. I'm more suggesting to focus on D&D or one system first, because WotC has been terrible at helping DMs or GMs, as of 80% of what's released is just for new players whenever WotC releases stuff. Yeah, I mean, it would be a stretch goal for me to release everything in Pathfinder or whatever. So Horizon isn't going to be probably released in anything else, and it would be something along the lines of, if I were to do a Kickstarter for the next adventure and make it an actual paid product and a premium thing and a whole fucking whatever, it would be like a stretch goal to get Pathfinder adaptation, Drawsteel adaptation, or whatever else. So I don't know. I do sense that people want a more narrative game and a more narrative system. That's the appeal of Daggerheart, and a lot of D&D players are also sort of fighting against the idea of older systems, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. I have to contemplate this. I have to go retreat to my chamber, light my candelabra, and listen to my dark harpsichord playing a ghostly melody with no player in the corner as I scribble on a thunderstormed night. Crows on the mantle, the rotting meal of a pumpkin in the corner, my dark solitude. I should move to a different place, shouldn't I? God damn it. Okay. But whatever, I guess it doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just for now. It's just D&D only as far as Horizon is going. But it is interesting to think about for the future. It is something that I'm sort of like contemplating for new iterations of adventures or whatever. So I'm a new DM, but I have to adapt some Pathfinder stuff. I found it's kind of easy until I needed to make 2 whole types of monsters, but I took it from narrative declaration. All credit to them. I'm not familiar with narrative declaration, but yeah, I mean, adapting stuff from Pathfinder to D&D, I think it's like, I think it's actually pretty easy, to be honest. I think people are maybe a bit intimidated by it, you know. That was so specific, I believe it, right? Exactly. See, Brooklyn knows. Oh shit, now with capitals. Oh my god, Brooklyn the Bard. Holy god. Oh man, what a good looking name on Twitch there. Words separated by capitals. Oh my god, that's a crazy day. That's fine. That's fine. I'm happy. Well, whatever. Okay, that was one of the main takeaways with the other, because we didn't talk about this yesterday. I said we talked about this, so I wanted to make sure we addressed it today. What else was the main feedback from their adventure from GameCon? People said about the system agnosticism for it. What else were people talking about? People said that they wanted more art, because somebody said like, hey, I know that it's not finished, there's not a lot of art in it yet, but like, what kind of things are you doing art for? And I like told them, we talked about it for a little bit, and they're like, oh, that's really cool, but like, I kind of want art for dumb stuff. They didn't say dumb stuff, but they said something, but like miscellaneous, useless, whatever. But basically, they wanted art for dumb stuff. And I was like, okay, what kind of stuff are you looking for? They're like, yeah, like you know, the elven like decor over the table, the chandelier, things like that. I was like, huh. Like real concept arty stuff. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So I guess I wanted to pose the question then: how much? If there's like, let's say 100 pieces of art for Horizon, it's like, what's the breakdown of scenes, people, things, whatnot? I think I might do a little bit of everything and see what people feel for the adventure. People say like, oh, that was really cool, I want more of that. Because at the end of the day, also, you can't really trust people to say what they want. They don't know what they want until you show them something. They're like, oh, I didn't know I wanted that, but actually this is pretty cool. And I think that's the way I need to develop the adventures in a large, you know, in a major way, is develop things that people don't necessarily think that they want, you know. Because that's like the way we all are for things, right? We don't know what we want until we see it. And I think that it's very dangerous as a creative person to listen to people say what they do want and then do that only. Hello. You know. Aduria, like hello, what's up?
Today's meta. It's
okay.
The Yu-Gi-Oh card Time Wizard.
Time
also,
Wizard.
I like this portrait.
Time
Pretty lady. Wizard.
Well, you got Brooklyn to thank for that, Aduria. Time Wizard Yu-Gi-Oh. All right, let's see. Thanks for 100 bits, man. I appreciate it. The Time Wizard. Okay, if the meta is cards that from an irrelevant dead card game that no one actually fucking plays anymore, but I know what they are because they were iconic enough from when I was 12 years old, or however the fuck old I was when Yu-Gi-Oh came out. I'm gonna rate Time Wizard probably a solid 6.3 because it is a card that I knew. You didn't have to say it was from Yu-Gi-Oh, and I knew it was. So it's obviously doing its best. It's obviously a card that's iconic, but it's not as iconic as something like Dark Magician, the Red Eyes Blue Dragon, or the Serpent Purple Winged Bahamut. Thanks for the bits, Aduria. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, bro. You did all caps just for Evan? Yeah, that's I'm okay. All right, listen. Art script, but you can get overwhelmed by it. As a DM, I have to remember all the art pieces that I have to set out and when to do it. Well, I think that what I wanted to do basically was just have them be in the adventure so that you can just flip it around and be like, hey, here you go. But trying to figure out how to do that as a digital tool, that's more challenging than I think if it's a printed tool that's formatted in the book. Even then, if the art is only for the DM to help them inform them as to what things maybe look like or how they're organized or whatever. that could be a thing too. So yeah, you're right. It could get overwhelming to have too much art in there. At the same time, though, what am I doing if not an adventure full of art or some shit? What is Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, I did say it was an irrelevant dead card game that no one plays anymore. So it's probably good that you don't know, Jacob. I think Miniful plays Master Duel once in a while, and I think Ashy could be convinced to help only run a tournament. But besides that, besides the three of them, I don't think a single person plays Master Duel or Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, except for maybe Hasher Brown as well. So 4 people, not including Miwabel, because she doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh. She swoons over the hot boys in Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's it. So all right. Hold on, where the fuck's all my references and shit? Okay, we got the last of our coffee requests here. The last character the last character sketch request. There we go. I got there eventually. From Brooklyn the Bard, the legendary Brooklyn the Bard. I'm very excited. I think it's time to get into it. All right, last thing we need to do, I did make some fixes overnight when I looked at it this morning. Last thing is we need some pendants, okay? We have a lion's tooth pendant with runes engraved on it, because runes are the most important thing in D&D, let's face it. And a rose pendant. So she's your first blood hunter? Yes. Honestly, no one has ever asked. Well, no one. It's not that no one has ever asked me to draw blood hunter. Plenty of people have asked me to draw blood hunters, but I've never like had a commission for one or whatever. So I'm very excited to finally get that out of the way, because a lot of people I find will want to see me draw something before they're willing to ask me to do it for some reason. For like classes, right? And I don't know why. Like most people don't how I put this. Most people see me draw like plated armored archetypical knights, and they'll be like, "Oh, cool! Can you draw me a plated armored archetypical knight that's a cleric or whatever?" It's like neat. But blood hunter players are weird, and I'm not trying to call you out, Brooklyn, because you're not like a blood hunter player in this context. But there's a certain subset of people that play blood hunters that I think are brain rotted from Critical Role. Not that Critical Role is brain rotting, but just that their interaction and their way of interacting with Critical Role was rotting their brain, just like an obsessive sort of whatever. And so I'd have people obsessively asking me about blood hunters and be like, but you need to do it like this character in this episode, and you remember in episode whatever when Jester did this and whatever, blah 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 blah. I'm like, dude, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. Like, oh, okay, well, you probably can't draw blood hunter then. Like, what do you mean I can't do it? Fuck you. So no, it's a bit of a meme that no one's ever trusted me to draw blood hunter. Not that I think that they're actually all that vastly different. Well, there was one blood. I mean, I don't know if Sabine's party member was a full-on blood hunter. I don't think he was. I don't think he was a full-on blood hunter. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he was a multi-class, but I could be getting that wrong. Maybe he was a full-on blood hunter. In which case, no. Then I guess this is my second blood hunter. We'll find out at some point in time. I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. Can you please remind me how to spell cat people and not tieflings? So that is the Nyathar. I might change that to not be a meme, but I might keep it a meme. I don't know. And then also the Geminos. There we go. The Nyathar and the Geminos. And there you are, my friend. It's crazy that I know more about Yu-Gi-Oh than D&D, but I'm in a D&D stream. Well, what are you doing in a D&D stream when you're a deeply invested Yu-Gi-Oh player? The hell? We don't have a Yu-Gi-Oh in here. Besides, again, the one time Ashy of Heart comes in to tell me why I'm wrong about something, and then pieces out forever. Tells me I'm late for D&D. I'm like, oh shit, okay. I apologize, great and mighty DM. That's we're not very familiar with Critical Role, but I do like The Witchers. That's what the appeal was to me. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, like that's completely valid. There are, I don't know, the Critical Role nerds are hit or miss. I love a lot of them, but there's also a certain subset that I think the entire sort of community is like just kind of groaning over. and sometimes they ask me to do stuff for them. And it's like the Matt Mercer effect, but for art. You know, how can the Matt Mercer effect translate to art? Well, just like this. I'll tell you. People have these expectations. Okay, we have two pennants, right? Two necklaces, a lion's tooth with a runes engraved on it, and the other is a rose inspiration photo. Okay, so we have a rose and our lion's tooth. So we'll have maybe our rose hanging down below our lion's tooth, something like this. My setting, they're definitely heavily leaning on more towards Witcher, if that helps. Yeah, I mean, I got a sense that she's more of kind of like a grounded, sort of grunged up. Like the Blood Hunter wasn't necessarily like a reference to the, what's the campaign setting for Critical Role called? Wildmont or whatever. I definitely got the impression they weren't the Wildmontian, you know, Blood Hunters of old. But yeah, that does actually help. So I'm very enthused about it. hopefully we give Blood Hunters a good name. And then if they say that's not a Blood Hunter, it doesn't have, and then they start listing things from Critical Role that they think Blood Hunters need to have, well, rip, I guess. I do find it a little silly though, just the smallest amount silly. Sometimes when you do get people who find D&D from one specific place, whether it's Baldur's Gate or Critical Role or D20, that they have learned about the hobby via that one thing, and there's an assumption that that is the thing, and that is the only way and the only thing that is D&D. And then you sort of blow their mind when you, you know, educate them into a different realm of Dungeons and Dragons that might exist, and they lose themselves in the sauce briefly. Oh well. Oh well, we can't save everybody, can we? We can just show them what majestic, amazing things there are in D&D, and hope for the best, that they want to play the game and learn a little bit more about it than they maybe previously had inspired. Right, which Critical Role is the character is the Blood Hunter? Critical Role character, which character is the Blood Hunter? So there was in season 2 at the beginning, before he was brutally murdered by Matt Mercer because he has a personal vendetta against Talus and Jaff, and clearly they hate each other. The character Molly Malk, the very flamboyant, overly or innately dressed Tiefling, he was a Blood Hunter, as well as Chetney's Blood Hunter, right? I think. Right? Yeah, Chetney's Blood Hunter. And then as well as in campaign 3, Little Gnome or Halfling, one of those two, was a Blood Hunter, so. Am I following the head out? Yeah, right. We're at art streams, I'll just use D&D as background. Okay. Alright. Got it. I only know D&D via this EBA stream. Is that an okay source? No, that's terrible, because then all you know about is the realms of Eldara, and you're going to be misled as to actually what important D&D is. You're going to think that D&D is about giant ring gates and rune knight wannabe Jedi called Astral Knights. So yeah, dude, it's tough. It's tough being a D&D player in EBA stream. I understand. You gotta do your best, man. I feel bad for all y'all's, but, you know, here you are. So, you're stuck with me now. Lucian. Who is Lucian? I think I missed out on whatever that was. I'm not, like, the biggest, most adept, wizened person about Critical Role. I've watched a lot of Critical Role, but there's a lot of Critical Role I've realized in my time that I have not seen. So there's a whole bunch of it, a whole bunch of characters, stories, whatever, that I just haven't seen. I'm also, I think, more of a traditional D&D fan, so Critical Role Campaign 1 was my favorite, and I'm kind of waiting to recapture those, like, traditional classic fantasy vibes with Critical Role. I really hope that for the next campaign, they have a bit of a return to form to, like, classic fantasy, but I doubt that's actually what's going to happen, just because the community has kind of spoken up and made sure that the Critical Role founders are very aware, so too is everyone in the community, that they like the current direction. They want more of it. They want more drama, more theatrics, more gasps, and I don't know. I like the more traditional sort of like fantasy that we get out of D&D sometimes. So I know I'm in the minority. I know I'm the odd one out. I'm the weird one that wants his D&D to be traditional classic fantasy. I just think traditional classic fantasy is harder to do, and so that's why I like it. Is because it's always really fun to watch it done really well, I guess. You know, it's a spoiler, I guess. I shall not explain. Fair enough. Okay, you can spoil anything for me. I do not care personally, but I appreciate there are people who haven't seen things or who don't want to be spoiled in chat, and I always appreciate when people err on the side of caution for spoilers. But because I'm curious, I'm gonna fucking look that shit up. Is Lucian. Okay, I see. Interesting. That would be a substantial spoiler. Yep. That would be a pretty big spoiler, if you ask me. Yep. Okay, cool. Well. 9. Cool. All right. Rad, you know? Now I know more about campaign 2, for which I didn't watch all of. So I still like a third of the way through. Spoil who Lucian of campaign 2 of Critical Role. Yeah. Campaign 2 is your favorite. Campaign 3 felt pretty flat for me. Also missed more. Also missed the more classic fantasy. Well, so you know what my quantifiable way of always saying how to run a good classical sort of fantasy D&D campaign? What's up, Taurus? Good to see you. So my, what would we say? My metric, let's just say, for how to run a good archetypical classic fantasy game is the first priority of the player character should be to be a piece of a puzzle that is in service of the story and of the party. So number 1, player character that's in service of the story. Your priority number 2 is in service of the party. And priority number 3 for your player character is in service of their own story. But that is the direct opposite from what a lot of people like to play D&D as. Number 1, they are there for themselves. Their character is in service of the story that player wants to tell. That's why you have the dramatic backstories and everything and all the shit that goes on with that. And I get why people want to do that, because they're playing the character, they're playing the game. So it seems intuitive to them to play in service of your own story that you want to tell in the D&D campaign first, obviously. But my sort of gentle advice or gentle like nudge is always, in my experience, the player characters that have the most impact on a game, that become the most memorable to themselves, the party, and everyone else, are the player characters that are in service of the story and the party first, and then their own character story third. Because no one, like, it's the kind of thing, like, you will remember the party member whose story related to the game. You remember the Legolas, you remember the Aragorn, you remember the Gimli, you remember all these things, the archetypes that they fill as well. The wizard, the sage, the guardian, the burglar or whatever. You remember that as well. But will you remember the drama of how they, accidentally lost control of their magic one day and, burned up their entire village and now are haunted by the ghosts of the innocent villagers they burnt and tormented? Now they're a warlock patron whose entire soul bargain is that they will silence the voices of the dead so long as the player character is adhering to their instructions and whatever. Like, you don't remember this kind of shit as much because it doesn't mean anything to you as another player. And the thing is, when your character means a lot to the other players at the table, they care a lot more about you, and you remember that feeling, that sort of like it is reciprocated in meaning from your character. And then the whole thing about in service of the story is when when you fit your character very nicely into the DM's story, your character has more impact on the story. And then you remember the way your DM has you interacting with the story a lot better. So it is kind of backwards, I think, where people want, what do they want? They want a meaningful story experience. And the problem is the way to get that, I think, is kind of the reverse of what a lot of D&D players play. So that's why in campaign 1, the characters were very much in service of the story and in service of the party. They all fit in the archetypes, the fantasy sort of like tropes. They fit into their molds. They had a certain, like, you know, one person sort of has this behind, you know, sort of concept behind their character, and the other person is this, and they all kind of fit neatly together, and the story is wrapped around them really nicely. The problem is with campaign 2 and 3, we got more of a theatric drama, right? You know, how I'm an orphan from here, but I'm actually this, and I was here on this night, and like the dramatic reveal, dun dun dun. Because the problem is the dramatic reveals are the things that they are like they remember the most. So the dramatic reveal of Vax becoming the paladin of Who Asked, and the Raven, the OnlyFans whatever, and he subbed to her feet pick account or some shit. I don't remember, whatever. But you know, that you remember the moment, but the problem is the moment is contextualized by meaning built elsewhere. And so people, the problem is in campaign 2 and 3 is they've created characters that are designed to farm moments, which isn't bad, by the way. I'm not criticizing the choice to do this. I'm saying personal opinions. This is like what I've noticed in storytelling, what I prefer. And I'm totally in the minority here. Clearly, the vast majority of D&D players like the other way. That's why campaign 2 and 3 are so successful. But when I'm talking about more archetypical fantasy, when I'm talking about more classic traditional fantasy, things like that, this is the way that I think that you do it. This is the way that you evoke those emotions that I think are more meaningful, to be honest. But, you know, who knows if people agree or not. What's good, Plucci? How's it going, dog? How you been? Avail, how is the Iron Man run going? What's up? What's going on? Also, what's up, Blue? Damn, bro. Good to see you, Blue. The dramatic 10 double-sided page backstory character is fun to see what happens if it's in session 1. They get shanked by a goblin and go down with no fanfare. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Hard to do that if the DM is all hush about the story. Sure, I think that the DM should be like, obviously should keep most of the story behind, you know, sort of a gate, a bar, a chamber, a lid, whatever you choose. But I think it's important for the DM to sort of be very, very open about what kind of story they're running. So this is when you say, like, we are doing a story where this is a quest to go save the world. We are on a quest to save the world. We are going through this Lord of the Rings like adventure. It's a trek across to go do a thing that's very important. And here's the way that episode 1 basically works out. And you can kind of get, so the DM can paint the vibes really easily, and you can create a character, I think, based on that. Obviously the DM, I think that planning too much of, like, D&D in some ways, how do I word this? A good D&D story needs to be organic. And I think the more you try and force it, the worse it is. So I really dislike when a player says, like, okay, can I have a dramatic moment where, like, the villain comes in and stabs me in the gut, and then I, like, you know, look at the party members and, like, fall off the cliff, you know, and I, like, rescue myself, and like a fucking bird flies in and rescues me, and then I can, like, you know, start combat. Like, that kind of specific sort of stuff, I know some people really like to do it because it's this big cinematic moment, but I think that the magic is gone once it's not organic. And the problem is, how do you make really great broad moments like that organic when you're having two people sort of on two sides of the coin telling stories? I think that as long as you understand the vibes really well, the DM understands the vibes, they can take control a little bit. The player knows how to take control and how to do this kind of thing. It's very difficult. Don't get me wrong, it's difficult. Replenished and buffed my scrub army after many hard losses. Hopefully we can defeat Walmart next stream. Oh god, Avail, you're one of my favorite evening streamers, and it's not even close. You're so good at what you do. All right, hold on, let me get you. I got a cold, maybe a virus, since my mom and sister got that too, and apparently there's a virus around where I live. Oh no, Plucci. Oh no. Well, good luck. Feel better. I wish you a speedy recovery for your mother and sister as well, my friend. Dramatic moments should honestly be surprises and events that come up kind of randomly. Well, I just think that that's what I mean by it being organic and not forced. But obviously people definitely disagree, because that's the norm. That's the way people play D&D, is they play with these sort of like farmed, prefabricated moments that they want to go for. And I think it has to be a little bit like flirting, you know? You just kind of need to roll with it. Otherwise the magic's sort of lost. You know? I don't know, it's a funny comparison, but I think it's true. It's been like setting in lore and where the players will be. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%. DM should be pretty open about that. Try to create scenarios that can be dramatic, but I always do leave that to the players. Sure, yeah, and I don't know. I think that there's just like a major sort of like fall. I don't know. A lot of people don't, I think, underestimate how. Delete sketch. Ooh, wait. A lot of people underestimate just how you can have how much story you can have that's awesome, without trying too hard. It is like, you know what the hardest thing to convince people to do is just the idea of creating a character that is in service of the story, because a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people think that makes them subservient to the DM, right? But it makes them subservient to the story, which I think is absolutely the way it should be. Your individual experience should be subservient to the experience of the entire group. And the thing is, if you want to think about sort of it's like the idea of the rising tide. So you can try and very much just like elevate your own story, and you might get like a sort of mediocre middle story. But if you if your character is in service of the greater story, then everyone gets lifted up, and you have a way more meaningful story than you think you would, even if by not being sort of like so focused on your own story. So where's like this a problem? So let's just say you have a character, and your character is so specifically outlined into what they want to do that it doesn't fit with the fucking story. So you have something like, you create Frodo in Lord of the Rings, right? And you say, I'm going to create a hobbit, and my hobbit was killed. My parents were killed by another hobbit, a villainous noble hobbit from Brandywine Who Asked, you know, and I'm going to go and try and expose them for they're actually not hobbits, they're vampires in disguise, and they killed my mother and father because they were too close to the truth. So I'm going to reveal to all of the Shire and Hobbiton that they are actually villainous creatures, and that's what my entire story is going to be. And then Gandalf says, come on, let's go on an adventure. And you're like, okay, we're on our way to Brill. So we're going to go to Brill to like find information about how we're going to reveal that the vampires that killed my parents are, you know, actually evil vampires. And Gandalf's like, the fuck? What the fuck you talking about? You're supposed to go there and like meet up with the thing. Here, take these three idiots with you. Okay, I guess we've met Strider. Ooh, Strider, are you somebody who's going to inform me as to why my parents were killed by the vampires? And Strider's like, no, bitch, we're going to Rivendell, right? This is kind of the issue, is when you walk into a story with too many preconceptions and too many like specific things you need to have happen for your story so that you can be happy, then you don't fit into anything, and the DM can't make everyone's, like, if everyone has a very specific story, the DM can't fit them all together. And so if everyone creates a character that can be in service of the story in one way or another, that's way better. But that's not intuitive for people. And a lot of people want to spend time ahead of the campaign writing fucking on their notepad all the pages of backstory, and the issue is, I think it requires a little bit of discipline to not do that, to create a character's backstory that is compelling and interesting, but also not specifically requiring of things. And that's where I think the Critical Role style of D&D is so popular. But why I liked Campaign 1 more is because the characters were less fleshed out. They were more vague in their ambitions. They were more, you know, oh, we're twins from a half human whatever and a elven noble, but like, you know, what does that really matter? And so like the Vex and Vax story didn't really have much. Even in Campaign 2, it was a little bit better than I think in Campaign 3, as far as like, not better, but just like further towards the archetypical thing than it was to the theatric thing. But who knows? I mean, obviously people like it, and that's, you know, that's awesome. So the Jedi, Astral or sages. Wait, what? I'm not sure how the astral. Wait, Jedi, Astral, sages, or knights. How does that apply? I'm curious. Players wanting to have dramatic moments. I played with a friend who never really tried to learn the rules and did stuff all the time. Like was backseat DMing and setting themselves up as a source of conflict and a villain at the center of the plot points plot points and the story. That shit was rough to play through. Felt like a side character half the time. Yeah, and I think that that's like, you know what's great is when everyone is trying their hardest to make everyone else in the party the main character. You tend to have a great fucking time. That's again one of the things where I say that if you want the most meaningful D&D game and the best D&D group, play with friends. And if you're not friends yet, try and make friends with the people you play with. You know, D&D is a game that I have a bit of a strange backwards opinion on from a lot of people. A lot of people think that D&D is a game where you learn how to be social. And because people do, they're like, I learned how to have friends and how to talk to people and how to be a social human being from Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, wow, dude, that's awesome. But I think that there's also a bar that you need to jump over that is the barrier to play. I think D&D requires you to have some sort of like social base there of how to like get along with people and how to like become friends and how to, you know, interact with people and break the ice and shit like that. And that's like one of those things where, you know, somebody, you see it when someone doesn't kind of do it really well. And they're trying to elevate themselves and their character, their experience, and they're very kind of like selfishly playing. But I think that's why, in my opinion, I think Travis Willingham is the best player on Critical Role for my personal taste. And I think a lot of people will definitely agree as well, because Travis Willingham is the most selfless player on that show, where he will always be the sidekick to anyone in the game, no matter what. So when he does have his moments, everyone's like super willing to invest in him, you know, which makes the few moments he has amazing. And I think that playing that like selfless RP style is the way to have the best games. And so it's interesting, but it's also not intuitive, I don't think either. There's Lily Goat, best hype man too. Well, exactly, yeah, totally, right? A tiefling, my favorite race? Really, Diana? I'm glad. I'm glad. That's good. I'm glad we can get something done today that you approve of. I enjoy drawing tieflings too, so I'm glad you're enthusiastic about it. A tiefling blood hunter, actually. It's so funny because I've tried being a sidekick and ended up playing with so many NPCs who insist that I lead. Well, and that's also part of it too, right? Is like as you are kind of like creating your character. Wait, does she have dark or light hair? She wears dark colored studded leather armor, cut off at the shoulders, and her arms exposed. She wears necklaces. Where's... Okay, pale eyes and light hair. Got it. Okay, cool. Pale eyes and light hair. Neat. Now we are fully invested here and ready to go. I know exactly what I'm doing with Bliss. But yeah, it does happen like that sometimes. Very kind of funnily, it works out that way. Suffering my fig just to say a monk. Yeah, okay, good. All right. Ashley, as a princess, it's your job to lead your peasants. It's true. Ashley has not taken on the mantle of leadership required. Dude, Ashley was streaming yesterday. Yesterday. Actual Ashley of Hearts stream. I've missed my Oshi. I've missed my Oshi. I'm glad Ashley's back. I'm terrified if Ashley doesn't get her fucking streaming hours up, then my like most watched streamer at the end of the year might not be Ashley of Heart. Ashley might be second. Holy. I gotta like not watch my other streams just to ensure that my Twitch recap for like the third year in a row says that Ashley's my most watched streamer. So be careful, man. Can't jump over the edge here. I be careful. I gotta monitor my channel points in Minnie's chat or whatever. To ensure I don't tip the scale or whatever. Maybe players have the problem of being followers rather than leaders. Sure, I mean, your players do need to take charge once in a while in the game, and it's like active versus passive players. I can tolerate one, maybe two passive players at my table, but I'm kind of like I don't think I vibe with them all that well anymore. It's too exhausting to play with really passive players. if you don't have a strong like core of active players. If you have some passive players that are they're just like peepo sit, I'm there to have a good time and listen, that's fine. But like if you don't have enough players that are being like super active, then I think it can get kind of problematic for the DMing side, for me and my style anyway, because I want my players to actually be like engaging and stuff. And when I set up a big flowery explanation on something that you guys see in the world and then it's just crickets, that always kind of bums me out. So looks great. I was sketching right now, but I just want to say wow to your art, and I stopped. Well, I appreciate it, Diana. It means a lot. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm glad you like it. It means a lot to hear. So your Twitch stats, I wonder how many orbs of magnitude, or how orders of magnitude orb is going to surpass the other emotes by. That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know if it will, to be honest. A lot of people use other emotes in my chat, and the orb has kind of died off in relevancy, so. Days do happen now and then where nobody posts an orb in chat, at least that I don't see, so. We might enter a new era where the last orb is you know, like orb emotes suffer 2 deaths. The day that they get removed, and the last day somebody posts the emote code. It's a bit of a dramatic take, but you know. Yeah, thanks, Atari. I appreciate it. But it sounded so sick yesterday. So you actually, in my opinion, Ashley, you didn't at all. I was like, oh wow, Ashley's like all back to normal. I'm glad to hear she's healthy again, because you did not sound sick to me, but. I wasn't sure. I wasn't going to ask you how you were feeling and whatever and make it a big fucking thing, but I hope you're doing better. Are you game to play the D&D this week, Ashley, or do you want a little more time to recover and rest your voice? Because I am worried if you're trying to get back to your streaming schedule, I don't want you to burn your voice out on D&D. We can just like chill and play Diablo or something else or whatever. We don't have to like have you talking and burning your voice out or whatever, so. You're good? All right, fair enough. Okay. Okay. As long as you say so, I'll believe you. Righteous. And I can complain about all the Twitch and YouTuber creator drama to you Vixie and Ulner, all the things that I can't say on stream. I can complain and bitch to you guys and spill all the tea. All the juicy stuff that I can't say on stream for reasons. Yeah. It's gonna be good. My asthma, my energy comes back before the symptoms of the cold wear off. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, Ella's been on her super serious asthma treatment for after the smoke hit. Oh, I understand. I understand what it's like to be in that kind of like that phase of like you are better, but like Ella will get a cough. She'll get sick and then she'll get a cough for like a month and a half or 2 months. It just won't go away. People be like, "Oh my god, you're still sick." She's like, "I haven't been sick in 4 weeks." When we had COVID, Ella was coughing for probably 2 months after like we tested negative. So I get it. Asthma do be like that. What's the class of Tiefling? This Tiefling, Diana, is a blood hunter for my illustrious and most treasured client, Brooklyn the Bard. So, yeah, blood hunter. More of kind of a witchery, sort of like Slavic dark fantasy blood hunter than I think the Wildemont Critical Rolean blood hunter, which is cool. It's a dope vibe. I think, you know, I was thinking about this. Do you guys think that Mollymock was a bad choice for the Critical Role like brand? Because I think that Mollymock, and I thought about this for like Runa, for the game I played with Fishy, a lot of damage was done to the Astral Knight by Fishy playing Runa. And I didn't anticipate that. Right? And I think that I wonder if the Blood Hunter seems a little bit like maybe neutered or whatever than what it could be for people, because Mollymock was such a non-conventional sort of like character. And that was the first like Blood Hunter anyone ever saw. And even Chetney is not really a Blood Hunter. It's like a it's like no one in Critical Role Campaign 3 really has a class. They're all kind of like characters that use the mechanics of a class. You know what I mean? And I wonder if for like original content. I don't know if this is like the right choice or whatever, and obviously, like, who the fuck am I to know anything about this? I'm just pondering ideas for Eldara, but I wonder if you have content that's like specific to your world, specific to your game and story and whatever. I wonder if it's like a good idea when you present it to people to present it in the most sort of like traditional sort of like class good vibes way possible to paint the strongest picture for people. You know what I mean? Hello, Blue. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Hope you and the fam are having a good time. Good morning, Blue. Yu-chan of I'm playing a character, not a class, but I think it takes the right story and the right party. Yeah, and like I really love playing a class if the class has a deep story. So if the class is like you know, take a class like what's a good example? What's a good example? Paladins, I think, Jedi, maybe like Warcraftian warlocks, things like that. I think a lot of them are really good if you're playing the class as well. You're playing a character that is this class rather than playing a character that isn't this, that's using a class. You know what I mean? You set an example with the example, right? Yeah. Yeah. Make more examples. I need a better example for an example, Nix. My example isn't a very good example. I should make an example of the example. Oh no, I've said example too many times and now it doesn't sound like a real word anymore. Shit. There's nothing but story for warlocks? I think, yeah, I mean, they I like definitely things like, oh god. I don't know if D&D warlocks are all that sort of like, they have an opportunity, like older edition D&D warlocks, absolutely. Newer edition D&D warlocks, I feel kind of like newer edition D&D warlocks sort of miss the point over their patron sort of like owning them, you know? Where your patron, like almost kind of in a Mizora like way from Baldur's Gate 3, but like warlock patrons, I feel like players never really, or DMs, or how do I word this? Players don't ever get like, they never have to deal with the consequences of their pact magic that often in D&D. Bro, I've been seeing a lot of fucking planes flying over and shit. Big old military jets and fucking C-130s and shit. I'm not gonna out C-130s, but every time I hear some engines and shit, I always gotta look up and see what crazy ass thing is flying over me. Ospreys or whatever. Fucking G7, man. My story is initially going to be Matt made it up for me since Taliesin wanted to basically be a blank slate. That's interesting. That's the blandness I mentioned earlier. I see. Yeah, for the 5th ed issues, right? Bro, all right. All right. No voice in the back of your head saying do it, right? No Palpatine. So I've been away for a while. No, Blue, listen, Blue, the guild hall is always supposed to be here. And while you go on your adventures, I always want this stream and our guild hall to be a place you can come back to whenever you are, you know, available, ready, whatever, want to always feel warmly welcomed. I don't want you to ever feel like you know, you say sorry for not being around or whatever. Kind of find out I suffered a stroke at some point. Now waiting for an appointment to get checked out by a neurologist for a second opinion on my MRI results. Damn, dude. That's a lot. Holy shit. I'm sorry to hear that, Blue. And I wish you a speedy recovery from whatever the side effects are from that. And you know, thinking about you, bro. So my biggest pet peeves, I love warlocks, my way around it is having another player be the warlock patron for you. That way they can message you individually or something and tell you what your patron is saying or wanting you to do. That's awesome. That's actually awesome. So Depressy, I've seen something similar happen in D&D groups that I think is really cool, where one of the players had like retainers, noble retainers, and they had other players at the table, because you get 3 retainers, I believe. They had 3 other players at the table, like RPing as each one of their retainers. You have to like trust your players, right? But again, this is one of those things where if you trust and love your group and you're all friends, then it all works out. That's an amazing way of doing it. That's really intelligent. G7 making it loud outside near Banff? Yeah. I'm pretty close to that whole thing. So 3.5 Warlocks are kind of weird when I looked at their class. They're a little strange, I'll admit that. But they have a lot of flavor, a lot of heart to them. Venture Forth is there's a Warlock multi-class fighter. One fighter, there's a new guy could have known contract. DM sent the other players away so the guy can know what the contract is. I see. Yeah, okay. He was like 4 in game, and now the DM basically controls him to combat to help. That's interesting. That's an interesting way of doing it, I guess. Players never want to like relinquish control of anything that happens to their character, so I don't know. I think it's worth it once in a while for story reasons to let go a bit and see what happens. Not feel like you need to control every little action or little thing that happens to your lovely party members and characters and whatnot. The ancient way of playing D&D in the elder days, I guess. That's a big one, yeah. 5e isn't designed for what Critical Role wants to do with their characters. So how does Daggerheart work with classes? Daggerheart, does it have more like templates? Or how does anybody know fucking Daggerheart shit? How does Daggerheart address that problem, I guess? Because I feel like it's probably the place to do it and fix it is in their own system for the game that they want to play. So I don't know. Do you guys think that they'll play Campaign 4 will be D&D or Daggerheart, hey? I think they might double down. They might just say, fuck it, we're gonna play Daggerheart. We're gonna assume our brand strength is like big boy enough to be able to play Daggerheart and only Daggerheart. They might do it. That'd be bold if they did, but I could definitely see it, you know? Again, their boldness would be strong, but I could see it. I could see them doing it. Lots of the type of stroke I have early onset, lead to early onset dementia, sadly, at age 30 something. I suffer from dementia type symptoms. Basically, I'll be lucky to reach age 50. We're staying hopeful. Well, I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot you can do to offset it. You know, someone with Alzheimer's in the family. That's something that I've thought about as well. But yeah, I mean, I hope that the process isn't too stressful on you, Blue. That's a lot to deal with. I understand. I've had a lot of fucking adventures through neurologists and stuff recently with Ella, and then specialists at the hospital and all that kind of stuff. Which, oh, by the way, good news for the stream. I shouldn't have to miss any more Tuesday streams anymore. By the way, because I had my appointment at the hospital last week, and it was the last appointment for me. So I shouldn't miss Tuesdays anymore. So there we go, man. I'll be able to do the full-on streaming thing, and we'll see. Mostly D&D, like serious best characters are mostly from D&D, right? Probably do Daggerheart. Yeah. I think so. Like I could see it. I also think that like the brand equity of D&D is diminishing, whether good or bad. I'm not saying this is like a good or bad thing. I'm just sort of noticing some stuff. And right now, I think that other systems, the time to strike the anvil for another system for Critical Role would be like right now. And so I wonder if they've been collecting like sort of information and data about like Candela Obscura, and they're running a Daggerheart campaign, aren't they? Or like a short thingy or whatever. I guess they'll see how well it does, compare it to like numbers of like individual campaigns, extrapolate for not being a mainline campaign, and see what the fuck happens. Because I'm intrigued. I'm really wondering what they're gonna do here with this shit. I'm very like studious of what Critical Role's doing, because I think it's very interesting as far as like D&D like internet shit. Gauging the interest of the audience, of the general sphere of D&D nerds, to see what they're all about. What's up, Mr. Cookie Monster? Good to see you. Congrats. Thanks, Nix. Yeah. Shouldn't impact streams anymore, which is awesome. Did not want to keep messing around with our stream schedule. Which means the partner push is back on. I'm kidding. Wait, hold up. What is all this? My YouTube chat needs to scroll. My OC Warlock Sorcerer is named Art, is a broken child similar to Azula and Azuka. I'm not sure who that is. Her magic focus is magic brush that changes size, becomes a pen and casts blue fire because I'm a colorblind, and blue are better than normal fire. Fair enough. He's a huge villain, but I'd like to do a redemption arc. But our party is true neutral for now, or too neutral for now. I see. That's a cool story. I like that. That's fun. She's definitely helping me feel stress-free and incredibly relaxing to watch you do art and just chat about nerdy stuff. The community here is so passionate and inviting, which is also helpful. Well, Blue, I'm always happy to be a part of your day, and honored that you spend any of it here. So, whatever can be done on our end. Candela hasn't done super well as the Candela live shows haven't sold out like the D&D main campaigns. Well, is the problem that the Candela shows don't have the oomph of D&D vibes people want, or is the problem with Candela that it doesn't have the oomph of Critical Role cast? I think that the Critical Role has tried smartly in some ways to divide the sort of responsibility for their shows up amongst other individuals and bring other people on. Now, I do think that there was a bit of an issue with that in the last campaign, where they spent too much time with people that weren't necessarily like the Critical Role cast. And I personally, I am less enthusiastic about a Critical Role that doesn't have the people that I sort of like came up with in Critical Role. So I'm sure there's some lovely people, and I've liked some of the guests. I really like the guy who played, what was his name? The guy who played Dorian. What was his name? Fucking great actor, voice actor. I don't know what he does. I'm sorry, but I'm bad with names. But he was cool. But just when I saw like in Critical Role Campaign 3, they just like had this entire arc that just like did not have any of the mainline cast. And I know they had things with like Sam's recovery, whatnot. 100%, I understand that. But it was also just like, I'm less enthusiastic about a project or a show that just doesn't have the main cast. I wonder if Candela is suffering from that, or if it is something, you know, to do with the system. I wonder. The oomph of both, right? Got some good news for both you and Ella. Well, yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, good news. Yes, thank you very much. But yeah, at least I won't have to go to the hospital anymore, so we won't be fucking up Tuesdays going forward, at least not for a while, I don't think. So, and thick eyebrows, are these thick eyebrows? Dude, I get accused of drawing thick eyebrows for my characters sometimes, and some people are like, not thick enough. I'm like, what more do you want from me? Sometimes the internet is a weird place in the YouTube comments section, so I can't think about it too hard, or else I'm gonna, I don't know, pass out or some shit. Yeah. Never think too hard about the YouTube comments. In fact, I haven't thought about them at all in a while. I should take a break and see what kind of heinous things were left on my YouTube comments over while I was gone at GameCon. I didn't really post any videos, so there isn't much updates, but also there wasn't enough time to get them thin brows in the middle of dungeons or spooky castle. Well, I just think that, I mean, there's also kind of the modern beauty standard. I think the pencil thin eyebrows are sort of like falling out of vogue with the women's beauty standard. The slightly more natural look is like kind of like in a bit. You know what I mean? I'm not seeing the standards being completely razor thinned. That seems like something that kind of ages you up a little bit, and not in a good way, with a lot of makeup tutorials and shit. Beauty standards have definitely shifted. Yeah, for sure, right? I don't know. I'm just trying my best, man. Just trying my best to draw cool characters, people. I'm glad the permission that I've gained in the last little while to draw obnoxiously attractive characters, people. Instead of this whole, like, rebellion that I was getting. Where it was like, you should draw more grounded whatever characters. Not every guy needs to be jacked. Not every woman needs to have smoldering eyes, Evan. You should draw characters that are more... And then I have this phalanx of my clients just being like, shut the fuck up, nerd. Y'all are awesome. Pencil line eyebrows from the 90s look like circus makeup now. Yeah, right? See you soon, Evan. All right, Diana. Take care, my friend. Likewise. Likewise. Yeah. Every female character should have smoldering eyes. Well, I do think it's just really funny when somebody... The first day, Brooklyn, somebody... I made like, if you go scroll back on my... I'm not sure. Honestly, I have no idea how most of you guys found my channel. Like, what was it? What video? Where did you find out what my shit? Was it Twitch? Was it YouTube? Was it a TikTok? But I know that some people did find me from TikTok. And there was an era of TikTok, Instagram, YouTube videos where I was sort of like memeing for about 4 or 5 days on the fact that people like said that I was drawing characters with too much smolder. But I do think that it was one of the funniest compliments that I ever got, where somebody said, I've never seen anyone draw characters with the correct amount of smolder in their eyes, and that's what I want from you, Evan, so please draw my character like that. And I was like, oh shit, okay. It was like finally the acceptance I desired to draw the characters that I want. The world anvil raid, yeah, well, that's, I mean, I guess like back in the day, Jacob, like for people who are kind of like more seasoned TDC members like yourself, I could track it a little bit easier. You know what people come in from what communities. But for the more modern era of it, where I'm sort of like posting videos in different spots and whatnot, yeah, this too pretty, go harder, right? YouTube shorts, oh yeah, really? There's a scientific study that showed that thick/big eyebrows are considered a highly desirable trait amongst many cultures. Yeah, well, I don't know, I just always think that this like Avail said, the pencil thin eyebrows that were popular in the 90s look like circus makeup today. That's very true, but I also think that it's a way to age your character. So this is like if you want, like, okay, it's always an awkward topic to talk about beauty standards because somebody always disagrees. But there are things that are true in character art and beauty, that ways that communicate certain things about characters and about, who they are or whatever, desirability, things like that, that people don't always want to. Somebody will always have a problem with that. So artists can talk about this amongst ourselves because we talk in generals. But when you're talking about it outside the art community, you're communicating on stream or whatever, there's always somebody that's like, actually, and they disagree. And it's like, okay, the fact that you disagree and you have anecdotal evidence for why you disagree doesn't make me wrong. And so it's kind of like, yeah, okay, blow it off. But here's like a generalization. Thicker eyebrows are more indicative of youth. And thinner eyebrows are more indicative of age, because as specifically people age, but we're talking about women right now, and for men it kind of actually doesn't matter as much, because I don't think men, I think actually there's this thing about male eyebrows grow as they get older, which is interesting. But regardless, so if you want to communicate a character with a lot of youth, thicker eyebrows, not bushy eyebrows, because like bushiness is not a good trait in female beauty for eyebrows, right? But thicker eyebrows are something that are indicative of youth. So when you have like younger girls, kids typically have thicker eyebrows, right? As a woman ages through her, adulthood into her later days, her eyebrows will thin quite a bit. So the thin, sharp eyebrows is sometimes in a character indicative of age and does not necessarily serve the character's like, beauty standard that you're going for, whatever. So it is also something again, Avail was very correct in mentioning the whole standard in the 90s. So for characters, if you want them to seem a little bit more sharp or older or mature or whatever, sometimes the thinning of the eyebrow is good, but I think that a lot of people want their characters to have some like sort of youthful whatever energy to them. So that's like one of the reasons why you might prefer characters with having slightly more like thicker eyebrows than you would think, without it being like you're like, I don't know why I like that, but it works from a character design perspective. That's one of the reasons, is because it indicates youthfulness, right? Yeah, actually getting fucking glasses adjusted at me. I don't know. God, what's up, Daddy? I found YouTube Shorts and then switched over here like a day after seeing your YouTube. Now I'm addicted. Dab Rose was a huge trend when my mom was my age, and she told me to never overpluck because it's hard to grow back. Plus age, like Evan said. Right, exactly. So, yeah. Shaping is like one thing, but like you said, overplucking is like a really dangerous thing to do. Because then you start to lose it, and you're like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. But I don't know. Again, people can always like, this kind of relates back to yesterday, where somebody had posed the question whether I would ever draw like a non-binary androgynous character or whatever, and I was kind of trying to delicately say like why it's a difficult thing to do. Obviously, like, I'm okay with it. It's just why it's difficult, because there's certain preconceptions people have about beauty standards and things like that you can kind of like fit into as an artist, and it's like tough when somebody tries to say something that kind of like deviates from how you necessarily handle those standards or whatever. It's obviously a sensitive topic and whatnot. You never want to sort of misspeak or whatever or anything like that. But there are certain like standards and things that are kind of like tools and rules and whatever. The idea of giving your characters, you know, thicker eyelashes and smokier smolders or whatever, versus I don't know, the kind of the masculine thin eyes just sort of glaring off into the distance heroically. Very difficult, man. It's a very difficult sort of path to navigate. You have to like go based on vibes mostly. Bring it to art of a man with pencil eyebrows and pencil stash. Ooh, the pencil stash. Yeah, you're right about that, actually. I should do the pencil stash. The, fuck, who's that guy from that people who are only 45 would know the reference from? That had the creepy dude. The man had, fuck, what was his show called? Damn it. He had the pencil stash. I always think about him when I think of pencil stashes. What was his name, man? Whatever. You know, enough boomers in here to know. That'd be cute. Wait, what would be cute? I forgot what I forgot what I was talking about. I immediately forgot what I was talking about when you were referencing that, Danny. So it's tough, man. Vincent Price, thank you, Blue. Yes, the Vincent Price pencil stash. That's the. Yeah, Clark Gable. No, I'm definitely thinking of Vincent Price. That's who I was thinking of. God, that's not even a dated reference for even when I was a kid, man. Ooh. There's 26-year-olds that are like, who Megalol? What the fuck? The fuck is a Vincent Price, you know? Oh, it's the pencil stash that I need. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, character design is tough, and the more you don't go on vibes, and the more you overthink it, the worse the character design is. It's one of the reasons why I like doing requests as opposed to commissions. And like, I've thought about this. I might move to an entirely request style, and do very few commissions in the future. Just because I think people try and overcomplicate sometimes. And it's like you deliver on a vibe and people are happy. But when people try and like kind of get their hands in it too much, then it like muddles the mixture a bit too much. I don't know. Obviously, like working with a lot of clients is like really easy and fun and pretty seamless. But the just ease of doing request style sketches is just so lovely. I'm just having the best time right now, man. I'm just enjoying myself. Going on vibes. Drawing cool tieflings. I haven't read all of my current requests for the new sort of like before I left for GameCon, but there was some cool stuff in there actually. I don't know. We'll have to read through some of our requests and see what they are. See if anybody wanted anything fucking heinous. That is the fear though. If somebody asks for something that you're like, I wouldn't do that, so we'll learn more and more how to set up the standards for like the do's and don'ts properly. Or I just like, if I do work that I don't want to post, I just won't post it. You know, that's the risk of doing requests, is that somebody asks you to do something that you just don't want to post, and you just don't post it. You know, it's not like a full commission where you invest 30 hours in something you don't want to post. You invest 2 hours in something you don't want to post, and then whatever, you have enough work. You know, not a big deal. Or so I need to make a mail OC with pencil stash and browse for Evan. Yeah, thanks, Blue. Appreciate it. That's rad. My experience, you have nailed the vibe perfectly every time. Well, you're also being way too nice and way too generous to me, Brooklyn. So there is that too, is that you are also just being way too nice. So, there is that. You know, we have to be cautiously aware of that factor and that feature here in there as well. All right. Excellent. Gamer girl, e-girl style freckles. Let's go. Let's get it. I don't care what people say, man. I think freckles are awesome and cute, and I don't like this whole ugh, Evan, you freckle too many of your character is meta. Get bent. You definitely should have checked coffee. Shouldn't check coffee now then. Oh god, okay. Definitely not a Duria. Oh shit, wait, that's rad. Interesting. Well, thank you for the request, Aduria. Appreciate it. A Nyathar Temple Mount. That's a fantastic request. Holy shit. Are my requests even open? Oh, okay, I see. That was right, because location doesn't share with. I see. Okay. What else we got? Hold on. Let's see what people want. Let's just briefly skim here. So we got. I won't say who these are from, obviously. Let's see. Golden Paladin. Okay. Lathander. I'm guessing human. I need people to start telling me what the race class is like up, you know, species, whatever is up front there. Slap it at the top there so I know what the fuck I'm dealing with. Okay, cool. Alright, so cool, tall, dope paladin. Red hair. That's cool. Just keep pulled it back in a ponytail. It battles on hard. Okay, cool. So we got a cool ass paladin. We got the Red Dead Redemption RP character. Early 20s, left eye not functional. What is with Red Dead characters and just not having functioning eyes? 100% of Red Dead character requests I've gotten have had non-functioning eyes. Stoic and serious. Japanese Western outlaw. Does that mean they're ethnically Japanese? Or they dress Japanese. I'm going to assume ethnically Japanese. And they dress Japanese. Fuck it. Let's see what else we got. We got a little different from big beefy dwarves or super hot women, but I like to see his character. Sentinel, metallic gray. Oh, wait, a Warforged. Interesting. Oath the Watcher's Paladin Warforged. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll have to see. What the fuck does a Warforged look like? What else we got? We got, shortish, fluffy, wavy, layered hair. Okay, who is this? His name is Whist Tiefling. Chaotic neutral. Okay. Long eyelashes and general pretty boy, almost twink-like energy. What's the internet trying to get me to draw twinks? All right. Cool. All right. Okay. All right. What else we got? And I think the last. Oh no, I've got two more here. That was that. And then sponsor thingy for Eldarcan NPC. Rokari, Azalea, Lorwyn, Aldarian, Sky Knight. Rad. Okay, cool. Azalea, and then I remember I read Samurai. Samurai wanted a giant, big, hairy, sweaty man druid. And also, Samurai also ordered a set of Blackwood dice along with it, based on the character too. So that's kind of funny. Cool. Those are some dope requests, man. And then at Iduria. More like Euduria. Oh shit, wait, me Duria. Wanted the 9th type amount. That's cool. That's really cool. Alright, these are gonna be good requests. This is gonna be fun. Well, thank you for supporting over the coffee. I appreciate it. How many slots do I have left for locations and items? Because my page, I have, what does it say I have? I have slots for, how many locations do I have? Sold out of magic items as well. That's funny. I have 3 slots left for locations. Okay, interesting. Huh. Cool. It's gonna be a fun month, man. Where did I put the shit? What's up, Thickness? Good to see you. What's good? Brooklyn's good at being meaner. Be careful. Wait, what? Did you understand? I have had to exercise much self-control, not overcompliment, a fear of sounding disingenuous, but have blown away each time with my request. Seriously. Oh man, come on, dude. I am unworthy of the praise is the problem. That's the issue, Brooklyn, is I am just straight up unworthy of that kind of praise. Do you remember what the video was that you guys saw that were like, oh shit, I want this nerd to draw me a D&D character? Because I'm always curious what it is, like what character it was that sort of earned the approval of somebody. Like a lot of people followed me from Ulner's video, and they're like, this is why I want you to draw me a this kind of characters, because you did it for Ulner. I'm like, oh, okay, got it. Mine would probably be an elf because the allegedly don't grow facial hair, or maybe a dwarf with no beard, more twin. God damn it! Why is the internet? Why you guys keep trying to get me to draw twinks? What the fuck is this meta? Holy! I draw big, hairy, sweaty men. You're like, you know who would draw a good twink? Evan Blair Art. That's who I want to draw my my D&D character. What is this reputation I'm growing? This is why I still haven't drawn Brother Andy. That's not true. It's because I'm busy. But that'll be the meme. That's what I'll tell Ulnar, is that the reason I haven't drawn Brother Andy is because I don't know how to draw twinks. Can't draw a character without beard. Male character has beard. That's like a part of it that I'll just save people. Is male character must have beard. Is dwarf must have beard. Female dwarf must not have beard. Ooh, that'd get the internet mad. That'll get sections of the internet upset. Is your YouTube short of Ella's Paladin? Oh, no way, dude. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's an important video for me because, yeah, that's a meaningful project for me too. Ella Blackwood gets to wield so much power in my art and deciding what I do that... Oh, that's cool, dude. First video I saw, honestly, I don't remember specifically which one it was, though. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Mia said to request all of my characters from you because I really like the portraiture sketch style. This black and white and beige was sold. Is one of your VTuber friends' colored artworks, though. The one with the short hair. Oh, Ulner. Yeah. Okay. Got it. That's cool, dude. I can add halftone layers to photos of hot girls. I'm an artiste. Exactly. I'm glad one of us is an artist here, because I'm still trying to LARP as an artist and I'm not quite getting it right, so I'm glad we have some artists in chat. Like, holy man. It's certainly not me. No, my nonsense. Well, today after stream, I'm going deep into the tank to try and finish up some very important approval sketches. I'm going to be working after this piece is done. My single-minded fury is going to be spec'd all points into getting one very important thing done for the legendary Quincy. I finally figured it. Dude, the designs for those characters kicked my fucking ass. I've already put so many hours into trying to get these characters done. Oh god, I'm gonna feel good when this project is like when we're like rendering stuff and getting through it, because man, I'm having fun, but like the pressure has been crazy to try and get this right. I spent so much fucking time on this project. I'm really excited to get after it. No negativity, Evan. No, it's not self negativity. It's well, I mean, I do it all the time. No, it's just that this project is so difficult and so challenging that I'm trying very hard to I don't know. I'm trying very hard to ensure that I don't mess up the design phase, so we get a really strong designs. But like, I don't know, there's so much story and lore and narrative behind these characters, and doing 3 of them at once was really a lot to take on. I should have done like one boom, 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 but I said, let me take all 3 and go off and like come back with sketches for all of them. Because I want them to all be contextualized by themselves or by each other, so it's difficult. It's difficult. I'm firmly in female dwarf equals no beard because they don't exist, as dwarves are born from stone and it is male only. Yeah, right? That's funny. That's funny. Tell the internet. They need to hear that. Opinions that they're not ready to hear, I guess. After several days of grass touching. Welcome back, Vogt. Yeah, what's up, dude? I feel that's a challenge for sure. Yeah, it's some projects kick my ass more than others. Some projects are very like very chill. It's one of the reasons why my commission prices are what they are, because like I spend so much time ahead of the actual design doing the things that you don't necessarily, the work you don't necessarily see but matters. Like you see the result of, but you don't necessarily see the work of it or whatever. So it's I don't know how to describe it properly. But hopefully the results speak for themselves, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, wait, why is my recording? Okay, it is. Sorry. My button for my recording thing doesn't show the time in it anymore. Or sorry, it shows the time. It just shows the time on it. It doesn't show that, like, it's red or whatever. So I have to, like, glance up and, like, wait, am I recording? Shit, I'm not. Oh, God. Oh, no. Yeah, no, it's Gucci. It's fine. We're fine. Okay. I need to draw some, like, characters that I can do ridiculous ass Naboo like hairstyle shit with, because I need to practice that more for the characters in Eldara. There's an entire like sort of like cultural thing for women from the Shattered Sea, who are like nobility from the Shattered Sea that descends from Novalia. There we go. That have these like ridiculous ornate hairstyles with like braids and stuff all through them. I need to practice some like nobles with crazy shit going on for their accessories and whatnot. Now recording, erase all progress, start over. You're right. You're right. I should just destroy the entire piece and start from scratch again. I've had that happen where I'm like like 20-30 minutes into something I didn't record, and I was like, fuck. All right, start again. Just do it over. If I really wanted to be part of the recording. But I realized, honestly, it doesn't matter. Like to be honest, if a piece is like the first... You want to know a hack for like YouTube and like shorts and stuff, from what I found? If your character, you start from the very beginning where you're like measuring things and whatever, and like trying to figure out where your character is going to like kind of basic things like that, and you have that entire process, it's very interesting for artists to watch, but normal viewers don't really give a shit. They want to see sort of the character like kind of being, they don't want to see the first 20% of it. They want to see like the last or the last 10% of it. They want to see like the middle 70%. So start the recordings later and then cut them off while you're doing the fine finishing details, and then just have the finished product there, you know? So it's not a big deal if I like miss the first little bit of my recording, because I just don't need it anyway. It doesn't make for good process video. And I don't need it for my own process either. Like, I don't care to see that. That's also not the really interesting part of the process video for me to watch anyway. So I'm not like butthurt about it not being there, you know? So much shit to do. I'll be back. Hopefully well booked. Good luck. Good luck, my friend. If you want to see Evan cry, you should have seen the conversation we had for my very first piece for Photoshop crash as he lost hours of work. That's true. Yep, I did. I had to redo all of it. There have been only a couple of times in my career that Photoshop, like my art side of the career, that Photoshop has crashed and destroyed my progress. That was one of them, and I still remember it. When I was in school, though, we were told to back up everything like 8 times. Now I only back up things twice, but still, if something can still go wrong. Something will always go wrong. You will, if you're an artist, you will lose some of your work. That's just the way and nature of it. It's going to happen. But just trying to minimize that is always good. I wonder if artists and consumers will start thinking of themselves as mechanical watchers, handmade vestiges of a bygone era after AI really gets going. No, I mean, the thing is, AI is not really an influence or a threat to me, because I've warded myself against it by the things that I did to ward myself against like issues of like race to the bottom Fiverr stuff has protected me from AI. And so the desire behind my art is never the like, you know, how do I word it? The desire for my clients for wanting my art has never really been about the art like level of descriptiveness. It has always been about the storytelling behind it and the, you know, the like the brand, I guess, if you want to think about things in a more technical way. No, there will always be artists to make stuff. If you want the best example of what AI is going to do to art, look at mass production with like clothing and accessories. That's, I think, the best example I can give. So will there be like now a new era of sort of like Amazon, Walmart kind of like mass produced like goods for AI art? Yeah, but people will still want handmade wallets. It's the same thing with art. Studios and companies will use it, and people won't care and whatever, and it will impact some artists, absolutely. But if you're an artist that does more of like a kind of like bespoke process, then you have less to worry about. And that's why I always encourage artists to make sure that there's something about their art that is intrinsic value beyond the actual quality or simple I don't know, value of the art itself. So Yeah, some of us aren't going to make it. Those of us who can't adjust are definitely going to struggle. But most of us, I think, who make that adjustment or learn how to make that adjustment, or that adjustment becomes like part of like what it means to be an artist, I think we'll see it happen pretty abruptly in the next couple of years, especially for newer artists starting their career out. It's going to be part of like a necessary part of it. It's kind of like how the old guard never wanted to embrace digital work, but then you have all these new artists coming up that just never did anything but digital for the most part. Same thing, you know? You also want mechanical watches. I'm saying art will transition to the mechanical watch phase. Yeah, maybe, but the thing is, like, the idea of it being like a vestige of a bygone era, I don't think that it's going to carry as much impracticality and nostalgia as like a mechanical watch does, where you like respect the Swiss-made mechanism in it or whatever. It's still a current and useful item. It's kind of like it still tells time better than the quartz movement, maybe in that case, if you're willing to pay for it. So it's not like it's simply nostalgic, I guess. Whereas like you'd use a digital watch for whatever other reasons, and you put your mechanical watch on because it's like fun and elaborate once in a while. No, it still has like, it has more. It's a good example and a good analogy, but it still has more practicality than that example or analogy would, I think. But like allow it. But yeah, I mean the sad truth is if artists don't figure out how to adapt, they won't make it. And I know a ton of artists that don't know how to adapt or refuse to. Right? Of course, tells time more accurate. That's the whole point. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that the art is like, it's not inferior to the AI version, whereas the mechanical is like it is a less correct version, but a more whimsical, nostalgic appreciation of a previous sort of art form. That human-made art will never be outpaced in usefulness that the AI art has, because there's an intrinsic quality and value. If the watch's only feature was to how it made you feel, then yeah, you could reference that it does, that the quartz watches know better, the digital watches know better. But in this case, it is a tool. So yeah, so it's a good analogy. It's missing the extra little element to help contextualize the analogy, that's the only reason I like add that in. But no, I mean, a lot of artists aren't going to make it if they don't fucking figure out how to change and adapt. If you are like just getting out there and just wanting to make art and hopefully post your art on Instagram and have people like go to your comm sheet and just like buy your art, you're not going to have a good time, man. And a lot of artists aren't going to make it because of that, because they don't know how to change and adapt. And it's a harder path, definitely. But my personal opinion on it is that the better path has always been the harder path for artists. And a lot of artists do things that I think are bad for their career, motivated by fear. And that puts them in the sort of the crosshairs or the target or the threat of things like, it was Fiverr before, now it's AI. AI is just an explosion and expansion of the race to the bottom that Fiverr was. So if you were an artist that 5 years ago, you decided, I don't want to be competing with Fiverr. I mean, that's like, who was it? There was some like metal band, I think it was either Metallica or Megadeth or one of these metal bands, but they said something, the lead singer, somebody had this really cool quote where he said something like, we're not in the metal business, we're in the Megadeth business or whatever. Like, we don't have any competition. And that's the way artists need to think about it. They need to think about making stuff that only they can make, and people getting products from them that they're the only person that can produce it, really. And I think that's the way I think about art too now, is that good artists and well set up artists for their futures are not thinking about, or need to not think about themselves in competition with AI. And if you're doing stuff that AI can compete with, yeah, you're gonna have a real fucking bad time, man. You're gonna have a real bad time. And I will mourn the loss of a lot of our artist friends. But oh, wait, hold up. I just merged everything. There we go. And it's gonna suck, man. Adapt or die, I guess. Where do you think the line is that is crossed? What about Photoshop artists that use generative fill with AI that they produce with some AI filler? The issue is generative AI. So AI in total, I don't think it gets blurry with I think the line is pretty solid, generative AI. That if you're using something that you are like Photoshop has always had AI tools in it, clips, so does everything. The ability to color pick and to mix layers and stuff, this is all a form of artificial intelligence. The issue, so when people talk about AI, they use the term AI too loosely, but it's good that you point that out. Generative AI is the problem. If you're clicking a box and then selecting fill with anything, like we did this for fun on stream the other day. It's a meme about how Photoshop would like make my art look like AI. And if you're clicking a button and hitting fill, that's the line. If you are taking a brush that like mixes, if you take a mixer brush, for instance, and you're painting with that is an AI whatever tool, but it's not, generative. So even just for grass, well, the problem is that great painters don't need it. Like we're kind of like, maybe I'm gonna use the John Park example again. Like good painters, the better the painter, the less they have to sort of like do to communicate detail. So if you look at the actual brush strokes on this John Park piece, that's one giant brush stroke right here. This is a brush stroke with a certain texture applied. This right here is another brush stroke. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe brush strokes to describe the sand right here. If you know what you're doing and you're a decent half decent painter, you don't need things like that to set. Like you're not going to be drawing every little blade of grass and stuff like that. So even for things like that, there's no point in a painting where you'd need to generative fill things that you couldn't paint with a simple brushstroke better. So that's why it's not like, I guess bad artists will use that, and sure, I mean, like I don't know, man. I think people won't like it, but as far as like painters and stuff goes, no, it's never gonna be a tempting tool, It's not even gonna be tempting in the way things like gradient maps are. Like Pete Moorbacher uses gradient maps all the time, but I think it's a terrible thing to do if you're a painter. And you can only start using gradient maps if you're as good as Pete Moorbacher, What kind of hair designs? You can just go on Pinterest or even Google image, look up black women braids hairstyles or variations with those keywords. You'll get crazy results. Yeah, I want to do like kind of like the sort of like the Natalie Portman suite of braided hairstyles and stuff. Blue. It's like go to Walmart for a suit versus Men's Warehouse where they take your measurements and tailor it. Sure. Yeah. 100%. It's I don't think it's a threat to if you know what you're doing, you're positioning yourself well. It's just not a threat, but if you aren't, or if you're part of a game studio or whatever, then yeah, it's absolutely something you should be aware of and be trying to figure out what you're going to do, So, which of artists literally didn't create the grass brush they use either, or do you think the stamping brushes also cross the line? Stamping brushes, I don't think cross the line. I think stamping brushes are unfortunately they don't look good. So the only time a stamp brush is useful is when an artist is trying to create a painting very, very quickly. So the only time you will never see a real painter or a real artist's fucking brush set with stamped brushes in it. The only time you will see it is in silhouette brushes for concept artists that need to very quickly create a tree, kind of like just like an indication of it. But then even within then, there are a lot of artists of the opinion that there's no good reason to ever use a stamp, because again, if the example I showed you, John Park, a master of texture and a control of classic painterly brushes will never need a stamp. They will always be able to adequately create shape and form without that the brain can see and understand what it is without actually using a stamp. So the idea of a stamp brush, I think, doesn't even really work, doesn't even matter, because like you shouldn't be using stamp brushes anyway. That's not serving anything. If we're talking about the kind of person that would be tempted to use a stamp brush, it's like, that's not really painting. It's using the tool for it or whatever, which is fine. It's not, it doesn't fit within the classic kind of like painting sphere of skills. And that's totally fine if people want to use it. Like you can create amazing art with like whatever skill sets you want. But I always try and talk about things from the context of the kind of the highest sort of like pinnacle of the industry of like painters and shit like that. So what's up, Puddin? Good to see you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Natasha. Oh shit. The legend. Hello, Natasha. I'm sorry your stream was having some buggy issues yesterday, but from what I caught, I enjoyed my stay. I was very impressed. You guys didn't know Natasha's a phenomenal vocalist and a great streamer too. Really, had a good time. I like meeting new friends on Twitch, bro. It was a delight. I was having fun doing my work and chilling. Very, very impressive stuff. So that sucked. Yeah, I don't know what was happening, but it looked like your TikTok stream as well was kind of like crutching out. I followed you on TikTok too because I feel like I've seen one of your TikToks before. I could be dumb, but hold on. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Fucking can't ever get TikTok up on what? On Firefox. The fuck? Okay. Tasha. We'll just show if I follow it. Wait. I feel like I have seen one of your TikToks with your old model. I feel like I have seen one of your older videos. And I couldn't, but when I saw that you were live on TikTok and I followed you and I scrolled, I was like, wait. I feel like I've seen something before. So I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but anyway, it was a good time. You're dope as hell. Just hit 5K followers, so we're releasing an original song, goes live next week. Dude, that's fucking sick. Bro, that's actually awesome. I'm all right, let me know when it's live. I'm gonna sit there with my fucking 21 blackjack light stick in the front row. That's dope. What's up, Say? Good to see you. Saw your Instagram and your commissions are currently closed. Where might I find your rates? I don't have public rates because I quote projects individually. Desmar. D&D characters design is so vastly different. People want crazy, you know, it varies quite a bit. So I don't ever like to keep a public rate and be like, yeah, it's $300 for a half body sketch character. And then somebody asks for something, they're like, oh, I want to pay for that, but my character has 3 heads and 2 swords, and both the swords have, you know, gnomes on them, and both the gnomes are holding like entire sort of like umbrellas with the full world map of the Lord of the Rings on it. Like, it can get pretty out there. So I don't take a lot of commissions, and so anytime somebody is a prospective client, it's usually they send me a DM about something and I talk about the project with them and then I give them a quote. So yeah, unfortunately, I know it's a bit annoying if you like, because I know most artists have their rates and stuff. Well, sorry, most like artists that do commissions have their rates, or like, sorry, personal commissions, not like corporate commissions. They have their rates posted. I know it's like a little bit annoying, but I just find that it's made my life a lot easier not to have people like trying to like argue with me or whatever and be like, but you said that this would cost like $200, and then, you know, the project's very different. So no, when my commissions do open up, I'll definitely make a big fuss about it so that everyone can see where that's at. But unfortunately, I don't. I mean, I can give generalizations of like general sort of like starting points, but I never want to give somebody a quote before I know what the project is. You very strong stance on this generally. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I try and just sort of keep it like a classic-minded kind of painter's opinion on art. So it's not specifically on like the AI thing thickness. It's that in general, like I've a pretty, I wouldn't say strong stance or strong opinion, but I think a pretty specific idea of what I want out of my art and what the kind of painter that I want to be. And so when I'm talking about sort of like process and things like that, or when I talk about the industry and the way the industry handles it or whatever, they have a very specific type of painter as well. So it's very different from the kind of social media side of things that we see. The social media side of like painters and artists, it's very much like a, and I mean this affectionately, but like from an animation standpoint, not from a painting standpoint, right? There's a lot of ideas within art that I think people need to separate when they say, I want to get better at art. It's like, okay, are you trying to be in doing an animation illustrative style, or do you want to be a painter? And those are two vastly different places to go. And so sometimes it's like we're talking about art in general, and I always approach it from a painter's standpoint. So that's all it is. We think about Fablecraft? I have no idea what Fablecraft is, Leonardo. I'm unfamiliar, my friend. What's up, Say? I used to be hardcore into making tutorial Valorant gameplay stuff. I only debuted my new model recently, so I'm going through a whole rebranding process. That's awesome, dude. I mean, yeah, that's fucking sick. I'm thrilled to be here at the launch of your new era of your career, Natasha. I'm gonna sing from the fucking crowds when you're doing your first hologram performance in the Tokyo Dome. And I'm watching on live stream from home with all my Natasha keeping it real fucking merch on. I'll be bragging. I'll be bragging in your chat. My message will get disappeared and vanished in the 400,000 viewers you currently have on your first hologram concert, but I'll still brag about how I was there. I only writes for photo replica practice because it's a request your character sketches. Sure, yeah. I mean, requests are easy to have rates for, but you know, it's not. Yeah, it's not. I don't love having like a public commission sheet available. I also don't do like a ton of commissions, so you know, the kind of people that do seek me out, that I do work for, are typically the kind of people who will send me a message and be like, hey, I'm interested in this from you. Let's talk about it, rather than just like somebody shopping around for commission sheets. You know what I mean? Not that I'm saying that obviously, you know, Desmar is trying to do that, but I'm just saying that people will do that, and it's kind of a tough thing to navigate through. It's like a TTRPG for PCs, kind of hard to explain besides that. I'm not familiar though. That's what got to take one of the kiddos to checkup appointment in town. Blue, be good, my friend. I will catch you later. Have a lovely day and safe travels into town. Get yourself a Slurpee while you're there. It's Slurpee Wednesday, isn't it? I get you working on a 5e book, like 6 plus new subclasses and 10 races, backgrounds, feats, spells, etc. So I'm looking for artists for certain pieces. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, for contract work, it makes it even more of a challenge to quote prices for, because obviously if you need to buy rights to something, that changes it, you know, and it's a whole different thing at that point. The project changes quite a bit when somebody needs to purchase the rights to the art, and not just like commissioning a casual piece. That does change quite a bit about it. And I'd have to know what kind of contract I'm signing first before I can, you know, properly establish a... Yeah, it's a whole thing, but yeah. That's awesome. It sounds like a dope-ass project. It'd be crazy, like, Gura at the Dodgers game. Yeah, what the hell, dude? Come on. Tasha, I'm ready, okay? I'm ready to be, I was so happy you knew what second gen K-pop was. Oh god, that made me laugh. I love it, dog. That's fucking dope. Okay, so we're doing studded leather armor here, okay? I think we got a good pattern here for a little diamond thingy. Looking for print and sell these books. Right, yeah. Originally I thought, oh, I'll be work on this every night and be done 12 months, 2.5 years later. Yeah, right? Yep. The adventure that I'm publishing is almost done. And I was like 8 months, 9, 10 maybe, and it's been about a year, so I get you. It stacks up quite a bit. Surprisingly old, I know a lot. Thousands and thousands of years old. Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. Got it, alright. An ancient from a previous epoch. Millennia of time. I got it. Dude, I haven't been able to capture my love of K-pop since the second gen. Like, when I think about when K-pop died for me, I think it was when Big Bang and 21 broke up. I tried really hard to like get back into it recently, not because like try hard, but I like gave it a shot. I was like, let me see what like new K-pop, even though I'm a fucking ancient boomer now, let's see what like new K-pop is like. It's a couple cool things. Like I like some of the vibes, right? You know, like New Jeans was cool. They got like cool vibes, and Blackpink obviously is like, you know, decent, but it's not exactly the current gen still. But nothing just had the magic of like watching your favorite second gen K-pop bands appearing on Running Man. That's a whole vibe, right? You're a big Sistar fan. Oh, okay. Sistar, Ace of Angels. 4 Minute. Obviously, Hyuna. What else did I like? Kara. Tiara. Orange Caramel. Was Orange Caramel 2nd gen? I don't know. It might be newer than that. I loved it, dude. It was good shit. Bubble Pop was iconic. It was. Bubble Pop was iconic, but if we're talking Hyuna, I'm like a newer age Hyuna. Like still, what was it? Was Hyuna SM? Am I crazy? I think Hyuna was SM, right? I was like post 4 Minute, post debut Hyuna, like Red era Hyuna. That was my jam. Oh, the rest of the DD nerds like, what the fuck are you talking about, Evan? Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah. Sorry. My bad. Hello, Thorkin. What's up, dog? I shot myself in foot earlier because I forgot to exclude non-SRD spells. It's been a pain to go back and fix. Ooh, yeah, okay. I could see that. That could definitely be a rough endeavor. You're a troublemaker, Hyuna? Okay. I almost started whistling it. No, bad of it. I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Oh man, K-pop was like, I grew up on K-pop, I feel like. It hit me when I was in like college era, I think. You know how fun it was to be a K-pop fan in like 2012 or whatever? Just crushing listening to Guyan and Park Bomb on the way to school. I remember the first time K-pop really was like really well known. I showed all the dudes at my game store I was working on. I showed them Gangnam Style before it like made it to the West, and they were like, "Oh my god, Evan, you're such a prophet." And I was never read about anything again after that. Taking a small break from drawing. How are you? I'm chilling, man. I'm relaxing, dude. We're just doing some characters today. I'm having fun, man. Thorkin, we're drawing the first, maybe second ever Blood Hunter I've drawn. So I need to know what makes Blood Hunters cool, dude. Sing for stream while you work. You know, they say singing while you work helps you focus and be more productive. I don't think I have a very good singing voice, so I wouldn't want to put you guys through that. I would never want to subject my dear viewers to that shit. I really like to sing, but I just wouldn't do it. I'm not sure if anyone could convince me to do it on stream. I don't know if you could. I don't want to farm fucking cringes. All right. You put them in the fridge. They'll be cool. Okay. All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Just chilly blood hunters. Thorkin, did you know Iduria requested a... Oh, Thorkin, did you ever get your I forget. Did you got your print, right? Of the Geminos? Right? Iduria requested another Eldara sketch. He requested a Nyathar temple. So I gotta think deeply about lore here. Right? Knowing second gen K-pop implies you know first gen K-pop. It does. Well, I was like my first gen K-pop education is not as good as my second gen K-pop education, but like I still compare every Boa, yeah, but like Boa, obviously. But I still compare every I still compare every K-pop starlet to whether or not they could hold a stage with with Lee Hyori. So, like, the first gen vibes are there, but you know, I'm not the biggest first gen. Like, I know my first gen, but I didn't listen to a lot of my first gen. You know what I mean? I was a big second gen fan. But of course, you like when you want more and you dive into it. Or like the early like SM and JYP and shit like that. Like early JYP and YG was the like first gen YG and JYP was like, I know most about them, but I don't know a lot of the others, like individual and small labels and shit like that. So I think this is where I listened the most, so I get that. Yeah, right? Right? Alright. And then the fucking the new era took over. When you do your SNSD I Got a Boy cover, just let me know, Natasha. Just I'll do Hyun's rap for you, okay? If you want me to feature on your I Got a Boy cover, I'll happily do Hyun's rap for you. Kidding. Actually, definitely not Aduria requested that. Right. Okay, cool. Yeah. If that's his favorite song too, that's hilarious. Oh. It's good, man. It's a banger. Okay. How are we handling her messy ponytail? Listen, when Brooklyn requested messy ponytail, I said, I understand the assignment. Yes, ma'am. So, can make sure we get these pendants right, though, too. What is, dude, I haven't had a single person request tieflings with like the blacked out sclera or whatever it is. Never had anyone request a tiefling like that. Yeah, they're cowards. I'm kidding. Like, I don't love doing that. It looks too heavy around the eyes. You don't form as much contrast. But every time I think about tieflings, I have to question whether or not their ears are pointed. And I'm like, wait, what else am I missing on tieflings? Oh shit. Ah, damn it. Oh god. In exchange for a Lucifer shiny cover for me. Okay. Okay. Alright. Listen, I'm not, you can't, fine, but I'm not growing my hair out like Tana, okay? Alright. You can't, listen, we can
So I am
we can
working
deal
on
here.
cataloging my library of books.
Yes, good.
The number
Yes.
is,
Okay.
I no more book buying for me for a while.
Oh no, why not? You do it anyway. If you don't have a book to put in your spot with your book, then just book to book. What do you mean? This sounds perfectly simple to me, Mel. You just book more. Thanks for the bits, Mel. I appreciate that. What's up, Samurai? How's it going, bro? What's up? What's good, dog?
Anyone wanna take a wild stab of how many books I have?
287. 287 specifically. Not a book more or less, but 287. Actually, I don't know. Because, like, so I have about 130 or 140, I think, art books on my shelf right next to me. I think I counted at 120. So, maybe about 100?
At least 3.
There you go. Aduria nailed it in the first message right there. Hey, thanks for guessing officially with TTS. You know, I appreciate it, Aduria. If you're gonna guess, may as well do it via 100 bits. So, you know, thanks, man. Yeah, bro, appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thanks, Aduria. I forgot how ear worked for a second there. 531. My god, dude. 400? Yeah, geez, dude. These are a lot. Got a Baldur's Gate 3 tab that has that's tiefling with the black eyes. So what I'm hearing is I need to request a Baldur's Gate 3 tab. No, Brooklyn, you can't keep requesting art. You can't. That's too much art. Where are you gonna put all of it? This is gonna get out of hand. Oh my god. I didn't count on my ebooks either. Yeah, you gotta Yeah, start counting those, Mel. Come on, man. We just found a free iOS app that lets you scan all your books by barcode. I need to input my collection, and I would be surprised if it was over 500. What kind of books, though? Is like a My Anime list, but for books? Dude, why am I so sneezy today? Bro. This is so unfortunate. God damn it.
I don't want it.
Why, Minnie?
It's stupid.
Damn.
I hate it.
But you're cool with me, right?
I hate Evan.
Oh, never mind. Oh, careful, Mel. If you cheer that too many times, you'll summon Apple Laddie to threaten me with empty threats. Thank you for the 666 bits. That's a lot of bits, dude, just to troll me. So, holy fuck. Thank you, the 666 bits, bro. Thanks, Mel. Goddamn, bro. Do you find me? Let me know if you need any more details on the that would gel my request to fit in Eldara lore. Basically, not hard contradict it. Oh, okay, fuck it. We might talk then. Whoever said that's too much art? You wouldn't know how many folders and folders I have on my PC of art. Will never likely see because I have too much. Oh no. You can't have too much art. You can't have too much art. You absolutely can't have too much art. What are you talking about? Come on. We all know what too much art looks like. It's that folder that we had from our AO3 days. Wait, shit, I've said too much already. An impression that it was already out of hand, so I just keep going with it, you know. Okay, alright, never mind. Sorry, Brooklyn, I didn't realize you were already in the unhinged, like, acceptance arc or whatever. So, cool. Never mind. Continue. Please continue. Don't mind me. Mm-hmm. Yep. Pay me no mind, then. Listen, I'm not complaining, dude. I'll do art for you fucking... Until you're tired of seeing my shit. Well, that's fine with me, dude. So many types of books, a lot of non-fiction because I'm a huge nerd, but I keep every book I've ever gotten. Oh, really? I do not keep every book I've ever gotten. I am a read it and then get rid of it type of person with book. Unless it's a very important book to me, when I read a book, get out of here. I've gotten what I need to out of the book. I don't want none of that shit. I'm trying very hard though to like own less things and to not be kind of like stuck in the owning too much shit side of the internet that we all complain about. Hold on. Can you pierce that? I think you can. I've seen those piercings before. I'd double check. I'd double check if you can pierce that. That's fine. It's cartilage, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Manifesting my billionaire status so I can become a wealthy patron of the arts and just sponsor a bunch of artists of all kinds? Dude. Let me know. Holy. Yo, actually, Natasha, if you wanna like maybe like try and get me to do art for you when you're a wealthy billionaire and then gaslight me into thinking that if I do art for anyone else, that I diminish then the value of the art I do for you, we can do like a nanolith cinder type thing if you want. Like, I think it'd be like awesome. If we want, like, I can make a twit longer and everything, and yeah, holy dude, we could make it a whole weekend. Holy shit! Eclipse is 60% off for the next 5 days. Everyone who's interested. Ooh, maybe I should get Clip. Maybe I should get Clip and start exclusively drawing anime. Guapo, what do you think? Be so good to boost your status. Fuck yeah, right? Are you kidding? If I could pull a nanolith, let's go. Oh, wait, but then you have to pull a Cinder. And that's tougher, isn't it, for the brand? Yeah. Well, maybe it isn't. Hold on. Hold on. I could be wrong. Let's check in on Cinder. Let's see how Cinder's doing. Get Cinder posted recently. Cinder. Let's see. Last post was April 27th. Okay, never mind. Yeah, whoops. Okay. Shit. Maybe not that one. Ooh, yeah, God, that's Library of Congress will fit on a 2 terabyte external drive. Really? Is it actually only 2 terabytes? That's funny. I have enough stuff for the both of us, right? Well, I'm trying to own less things because I feel like a clear space is a like every okay. Most of the artists that I know that are very successful are extremely well organized. It is only the very most unhinged top decimal percent of artists that it can be disorganized and successful, from what I've seen. Unless you're Hayao Miyazaki, I don't want to hear it. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Clean your fucking room. Clean your shit up. Get your fucking table all clean, or your desk, wherever you have your computer. Get your art good. Come on, man. I refuse to pay you more for exclusivity. Yeah, right? Might be good for when I retire. That, honestly, if when you're, like, done, you want to retire, you want to go out on a massive cancellation, you let me know. You let me know. Holy. God damn it. I'm done. I swear I'm done. This is the last time I make a Cinder joke in stream for at least a week. Okay? That's it. We're at the crazy stage where the ISBNs are described as my enemy lists for books. Yes, exactly. The ISBNs are now your my enemy list for novels, so. You heard me. Just in time for the Realms of Eldar novel, Samurai. Dramatic enough, I'd like to go out with a bang. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay, I think I need to grab more water. I haven't even stood up in 3 hours almost, so give me a sec. Alright. Alright. Because I was away all last week, you guys can revolt while I'm gone. Fucking have at it. I don't care. I'm not even gonna say my whole thing about no revolutions, no uprisings, no usurpations. I don't care. This week you guys can revolt all you want. Alright. BRB. All right. All right. All right. We chilling. We chilling, bro. It's time. We're back. What a mess. Who's in charge now? Clear rooms are a sign of wealth and abundance because you can get whatever you want whenever you want. I agree with Marie Kondoing stuff, but library is never a bad thing in a house. I have to remove much again. I might change my mind, right? But 10 tons of books, which I will not as many as you would think. Last house move. Yeah, I mean, libraries are great. I don't mind the idea of having like a big library at some point in time, but the problem is any library space that I have is unfortunately occupied with art books. So that's the reason why I have the strong opinions on not owning a lot of shit. I also think that like, because I have had to move as well, there's like a phrase that the things you own start to own you or whatever. I don't know if that's some like gangster ass shit somebody said at some point in time, but I feel it. You buy shit because you feel like you are going to use it or need it or whatever, or you get given stuff or whatever, and then you're kind of stuck years later. It's like harder to clean your house or whatever. I'm definitely somebody that tries to optimize this kind of shit and like make my space as effortless to move through as I can. Obviously being married to Ella Blackwood, who's very much like a, you know, creative genius fucking type, is like tough, but we make it work. We make it work, man. It's also like a problem for me more so than other people's samurai because I'm a natural like collector of things. If you leave me my own devices, I'll have 55 goddamn collections of useless shit. I'll collect like Gundam in-box Gundam toys from like the 90s or whatever. I'll collect all sorts of stupid shit. I have all kinds of collections that I've had to like purge or shorten or organize. Everything from amiibos to BlizzCon pins to card games and shit like that. To K-pop merch. I just want simplicity and intentionality, you know? I want elegance and beauty in my home, not clutter and things like we're thinking of getting rid of one of our fucking couches just because it would make like our living room downstairs look better, you know, and feel better to be in. It's like, when do we ever need a second couch? Well, when we have people over, okay, but I rarely ever, if ever, do that, nor do I ever want to do that, so why do we have like a full living room? Those kind of things, I guess. We visited you, I remember Cobalt saying their place is really minimalist. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Fucking Cobalt saying this, you know? Now let's go have a doctor's appointment for my bum hip. Well, buttered buns, good luck. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. My house got destroyed by a broken pipe, so I'm not gonna lie, I miss my stuff, especially my books. Oh shit, really? That's, whoa, what the fuck? That's rad. Holy, that's crazy. Like a flood? Jeez, dude. The hell? Well, time for a fresh start, I guess. Sometimes I have this like illusion or dream of just like moving somewhere, leaving everything in a fucking box behind, just like moving somewhere with my tablet, my computer, my Ella and my dog. And that's it. Get a small apartment somewhere and just not own anything, not be tied to anything, you know? Because every time I think I'm gonna like miss something if I get rid of it, I almost never miss it. I have pictures of things I've gotten rid of, and I'm like, I'm glad I got rid of this thing. And I have this picture to remember it, you know? Never get hoarding books. I love reading the books over and over again, so it's very useful, cheaper than therapy too. Yeah, I wish I could read better, you know? I wish I could sit down and just like read books. I'm currently struggling through. Now, admittedly, the book that I'm trying to read right now is like pretty difficult. I'm trying to read through Crime and Punishment, and it's like, it's actually kind of a challenge for me. I'm not very good at reading, I never have been. I've been accused by people with like letters behind their name and certifications and medical degrees that I have something called dyslexia, but I don't fucking care. Doesn't matter. They're like, you should do this. Shut up, nerd. And that's what maybe explains why it's harder for me to read. But I've never been really good at reading, so I like to read. I like to listen to audiobooks, but I've always read very slow. So I read, and I didn't realize this was like wild to people, but I read at a speaking pace, and apparently that's like crazy when people find that out. They're like, what the fuck? I didn't realize that was weird until I was like 20, or in my 20s, I guess. So I would love to read more, but and have like that quiet experience of just listening to music and background and like reading. But it's just super tough for me. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. I hate that my 80s, 90s RPG library is not even going to be able to be replaced. It's damn hard to give up, but I can't take it with me, so I'll have to consider one day. Really? Been squatting at my boyfriend's place the last 4 months, and it's still going to take at least another 3 months before the house can be rebuilt to code. What the fuck? Dude, I'm sorry to hear that, Natasha. That's amazingly shitty. Good God. A whole ass house being destroyed like that? I'm shocked. I had a bunch of my shit get lost in the flood once, but certainly not the whole house. I can't imagine that. Kindle is font for dyslexic people that helps with the waterfall effect. Oh, really? Maybe I should look into that. Huh. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, trying to read Dostoevsky is a bit rough though for me. I'm not smart enough to read these books, but I'm trying to learn how to write actual novels, and I'm not convinced that many, if any, fantasy authors know how to write a proper novel. I'm just not convinced. And this is not me shit talking your favorite fantasy author. Okay, I'm trying to learn from like novelists and writers from history that I think are prolific enough to merit learning from. And the Russian authors are always tough to get through. Partially also because I'm just, again, not smart enough, so there's that. Friends with dyslexia who love books, so used to hold reading nights where we picked a novel and I'd read them through them so we could enjoy books together. I recently read A Court of Thorns and Roses. You went straight into Aquitar. I was like, oh, it's really wholesome. What were y'all reading? Like Harry Potter or like, I don't know, like Aragon or, oh, no, just Aquitar. Okay. All right. Well, oh, geez, if I say that too much, I'll accidentally activate book talk. I gotta be careful. I can't say that too loud. Yep. First one I read was the Godmother, Mercedes Lackey. I'm not familiar. I'm terrified though. Reading slow is better for comprehension. I read slow, but I actually know what I read. Interesting. Yeah, it's always a slog for me to get through. I wish I was better at this. I wish I was smarter, but I never really learned how to read properly, I don't think, maybe. That or there is something wrong with my brain. Anytime someone tries to throw a classification at me, like, ADHD, dyslexia, OCD, whatever it is, I always find it it often does more harm than good. So I don't know. I don't know, maybe I should explore the tools for this though that are available. Right? Dyslexia has nothing to do with intelligence. I mean, like, trying to understand and comprehend Dostoevsky means I'm not smart enough for this. I'm just not smart enough for my Russian language authors. It's a bit tough, bro. Okay. Where are we going for her hair next? I'm really rendering the shit out of this. Why am I rendering this so much? Jesus Christ, man. When I accepted these sketches were going to take me between 3 and 5 hours instead of 1 to 3, I got greedy when it comes to rendering in detail, man. Definitely on the spectrum, Evan. The cool spectrum. Thanks, bro. Yeah. Yeah, let's go, man. That's me. The whole point is to be lofty and approachable, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying my best here. I'm trying.
be honest, dyslexia isn't anything more with how your brain perceives figures. It actually makes you very good architects and designers because they see things as 3D inside their brain, which is why the 2D letters can be such a struggle. Interesting. I mean, like, this is also one of the, like, from what I understand. So, like, when I was young and I got like fucking diagnosed with the gifted fucking gene or whatever it is, I went for my brother went for like an IQ test very young, and they like made me go as well. That's how I went and got into the gifted program, because my IQ scored high enough. Not that high IQ matters for shit. It's actually kind of a burden for most of us dipshits. We had offensive words for the gifted program, but when I was diagnosed gifted, I was diagnosed visually gifted, right? And so, like, I don't know what that means really, but it's one of the things that they said is that
visitors. How exciting!
Holy shit, Alexandria! Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, dude. Hello, welcome, friends. What are we all doing today? How was stream? Tell me your tales. What are we all doing today? What's up? Good to see you guys. You've arrived during Portraiture Wednesday, where we're drawing hot tieflings and talking about dyslexia. So that's dope, dude. What are y'all doing today? Hold on, let me see. Last scene. Thank you for doing that, Guapo. Playing D&D. Wait, were you guys developing
Visually
or
gifted. So like, you're hot.
I'm gonna throw a chair at you, Guapo. Yeah, wait, were you guys playing D&D or developing for D&D? Sharing random GM tips? Yo, that's dope. Hold up, I'm gonna go follow you, bro. Hope you don't mind me snooping your page and going to follow you. Boom. I need my D&D friends here. Okay. Wait, I'm already following you on this channel. I thought I was following you on... Oh, okay, whatever. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I don't follow, like, anybody on my main channel. I watch Twitch on my alt, so... Yeah, that's dope. Fucking rad, dude. What are you guys talking about today? Wait. Oh, this is my alt on Twitch. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, let me follow you on main. I'm dumb. Good to see ya. Hot people getting their gift. Oh yeah, sorry. So you guys. Well, so first of all, if you guys aren't following Alexander, definitely go over there and drop a follow. Fucking good time all the time, as I say. If you guys are new, welcome in. We're drawing hot tieflings today. We're talking about real quick. I just want to finish my thought on the fucking visually dyslexic gifted bullshit. So this is one of the problems. So being like diagnosed, like visual qualification gifted. One of the things that was I guess told me very grimly is that I don't see letters as letters. So letters are supposed to be like informational to people, right? You see letters as an actual sort of like representation of something, like as a proper, I don't know what the right term is. As a representation of something that an idea that your brain can comprehend. But for me, the way my brain sees them is I was told that I see them as glyphs. So that's why when I write, my writing is so messy when it's fast, because I don't have like a process for writing letters. It is an issue with me trying to draw glyphs. So what was told to me is that I'm trying to sketch words. This is also one of the reasons why I write like a left-handed person does, supposedly, from down up. See? And so it's like a grounding thing for me. So this is why I don't Evan properly. This is why I don't brain properly, is because I don't see them properly. Like I don't see letters the way that people like properly see letters. I just see them as pictures, which is one of the reasons why I'm so comfortable like writing in Korean or whatever. Is because it's less of a letter and more of a glyph. Same thing's true with like you know, hiragana or whatever, even though I'm very bad at reading Japanese, is that it's more alignment with what my brain's supposed to, like how my brain perceives something, as opposed to the way a letter, an alphabet or something. So Down to up isn't everyone dyslexia. Well, no, that's just one of the reasons why I do it. I'm not saying that it's the only reason. It's just one of the established reasons for why that explains why I naturally write that way. So I never said anything, but everyone with dyslexia does it, and that's why I do it. It's because everyone. I don't even think I have dyslexia. I've been told that by people with like letters behind their names, but I'm not even convinced that it's true. Just quite yet. So anyway, that's one of the reasons. That's the explanation for things. Who knows what it actually means? But I do think it's interesting that you're right. I've tried to perceive letters as an alphabet, and it never happens. One thing that actually is funny is if I have to write words that are not English, that I can't like know the silhouette of the word with like fucking weird lines and shit over them and whatnot. Anytime I have to write letters that are not English, so if I'm like writing an address for somebody that lives in like Lord of the Rings or whatever, like fucking Holland or some shit, it's easier for me to write properly. But even then, I just can't write, can't sketch, can't do shit properly when I'm writing. So who knows? That's why I can't read either properly. At least that's what, again, people with letters and numbers after the name said to me. So left-handed, I don't know if I write down up. My handwriting is so bad though. Very curious to know if you've read Chinese better, for instance. Well, so like kanji is easier for me, you know. So when I see, like, this is also why I will sometimes mess up. Like, people will lose their mind, freaking out, laughing hysterically when I misread a word on stream. And I gotta roll my fucking eyes at that. But a lot of it's because I don't read words necessarily. I'm reading the silhouette of words. And I'm sort of filling in the gaps. But it also comes with the necessity of reading like fucking 3,000 chat messages a day. Is that your brain sort of has to process it faster. So the silhouette of a word makes more sense to me than the actual word. Right? Like just even just looking at the word hot, just like the first thing that I saw when I went to chat, there's something about the silhouette of that word or whatever that I see first, then as opposed to like what the actual letters are. So I think the problem is when I'm trying to read like text like that doesn't necessarily have like something I can fill in. I have to read it very slowly to like space it out and kind of like sound everything out. Sound it out. Which hands left and right? I don't know, dog. Not dyslexic and I misread crap all the time. Well, it is just always funny when you misread a word and people like lose their mind because, you know, the low-hanging fruit of it, I guess. I don't really know, man. It's funny because you call Guapo handsome all the time. I do, right? Guapo's an easier word for me to nickname someone with than Mapache. Mapache is too long and awkward of a word to nickname in English, I think. Guapo makes more sense, so let's keep saying it. Time to come and chat. What's up, dude? Good to see you, Mary. Dyslexia font and the research behind it is pretty neat. Bomb letters are thicker to help weigh them down. Interesting. Yeah, Nick's was bringing that up. The Kindle has some shit with that. I gotta try something with that. I don't know. Again, I'm still not completely convinced that I'm dyslexic, but maybe I have like some dyslexic tendencies or whatever. Or maybe I'm dumb. My brain doesn't work properly. One of those two things is probably true. We know that I don't represent my my IQ well, so we've known this for a long time, okay? I scammed my way into the smart people side of school. Scamazed. Absolutely fucking scamazed. Brain is so weird and interestingly for everyone though. See, I wanted to say intensely when I read interestingly. I had to like go back and say that properly. One weird brain quirk that I have is my neural pathways are kind of crossed. When I eat food, I can describe the experience with music because I can hear that. I think it's kind of like when people listen to music and they can see pictures of or colors. Ooh, that's cool. Interesting. Yeah, I had no idea that kind of stuff had happened where people who would like see colors when they hear music, or like, you know, or even like on the other side, people that say they like can't like visualize spaces or whatever. Like Fishy was like talking about this on stream the other day, not the other day, sorry, fucking months ago, and how she couldn't visualize places that didn't exist. She couldn't like make up a place in her mind. I was like, what the fuck? That's all I do all day. What? The hell? Used to have me use papers to slide down on books so I wouldn't get lost in paragraphs. Ooh, they got me to do that with rulers. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Let me do that shit with a ruler. Definitely dyslexic with some dyscalculia? I don't know what the fuck that is. They'll make it way harder to live up to potential. Being gifted means that things like dyslexia would be less likely to be diagnosed because it would be masked. Oh, really? I also just don't give a shit about any of those like diagnoses. I don't think any of them. I hardly think any of them are productive, to be honest. For me, anytime anyone with like letters behind their name has been like, "Have you looked into possibly being diagnosed with something?" I'm like, no, I don't care. Shut up. Work harder. For me, it's never been like a benefit for me to understand that kind of shit. I know for some people it's like really useful, but I've always been wary of the process for myself, knowing the kind of person I am. So when I cook, sometimes there's this needs a base note and I just season the ingredients. That's hilarious. That's dyslexia thinking in pictures mostly. Really? Yo, Raisha, what's up? Raisha, have you been streaming recently? I haven't seen you live or whatever. Dyscalculia is dyslexia but with numbers. Oh, okay. Is that why I can't do math properly? Or did I just miss algebra in 7th grade and never caught up? Yeah, which one is it? Okay, I'm not gonna wait till the last fucking sketch moment to draw the horns this time like I did for basically all the previous characters. Alright, I'm gonna do it right this time. Peter has synesthesia. Could visually see where, with some colors, how off-key my singing is. That's hilarious. What the fuck? One second, sorry. Alright, sorry. Labels aren't inherently useful. It's learning about what works for you. Yeah, I don't know. The abstractions of like issues like that, I've just never found the labels to be useful for me. And like I said, the kind of person I am, I would use it as an excuse. I see a lot of people use their labels as excuses, and I know I would too. I just don't think it's productive for me to start thinking that way, you know? Just give me the moment like playing God of War or Ragnarok. Oh, really? Okay, shit, I just been missing you, I guess. Like the smoldering tiefling, thank you. Appreciate it. Yep, Have you met someone with perfect pitch? It's such a cool skill. Maybe. I don't know. I've never met someone with perfect pitch that's told me they have perfect pitch. My violin teacher, when I was young, was like... He was like my violin teacher, and his mom was a piano teacher. He was like a younger dude. He's like, Evan, I think you might have immaculate pitch. We should have you tested with my mother. I'm like, what's that? He's like, well, it's not like perfect pitch, but it's immaculate pitch. And then they tested me, and they're like, oh, never mind, you're just dumb. Okay, cool. Never mind, you should know how to read music. Okay, all right. You're just handicapping yourself because you never learned how to read music. It's not because you're a genius, you're just lazy. Okay, rad. Because I played violin for a long time, and I never learned how to read music. I learned everything by ear. You're like, wait, is this kid a genius? Oh no, he's just lazy and kind of dumb, and is willing to work harder at something to be lazier than learning how to do it right the first time. Cool. Yep. I think diagnosis helped me understand myself better and find better ways to work around my quirky brain. Sure, I mean that yeah, definitely helps for a lot of people. Totally. Well, I've been high functioning, but recently started to realize I exhibit high levels of ADHD and probably sit on the risk of the spectrum too. I'm not the kind to use it as an excuse though. Yeah, I mean, like, that's awesome if you can learn more about yourself. The issue also too is though I think that a lot of like you might find I see a lot of people learn about, they're like, oh, I have ADHD, and so they learn about all the things off of fucking TikTok that it means to have ADHD, and they start doing things that are not applicable to them because of, like, you know what I mean? I've just seen it go badly too many times that I don't trust myself. So, because at the end of the day, I don't know if it matters for me. It's like, just do the work harder, shut up, you know, for me. Do the thing more. And then when you're done doing the thing, do it again. I don't know if it would help. Violin all by ear, I had no idea this is about. Really? You know I played violin. I haven't played the violin in years, but you know I played violin. You should write all the letters next to the notes for classmates in band? That's funny. That's actually funny. When I first started, I wrote the numbers next to my, like, the finger position numbers. Get your diagnosis from TikTok. You're not that smart to begin with, just saying. I don't mean diagnosis, I mean like the information regarding your diagnosis. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, specifically that part of it. So, in high functioning with high IQ all my life, I just kind of offset it. Knowing about it makes me more effective at working around it or using it to benefit. Sure, that's awesome. Yeah. Like, yeah, that probably does help quite a bit. I just don't trust myself. I spent a lot of time in my life trying to rehabilitate myself from being basically the worst person I know. I've spent basically my entire life being an irredeemable, unforgivable fucking loser. And so I basically always will not trust myself not to take the easy way out, no matter what it is. And I feel like the day I stop warding against that is the day I sort of begin to fall into my own habits again. By default, I'm like an incredibly lazy, pathetic individual, and I have to struggle very hard and always be on guard for that person coming back. So if there's ever a risk of it, I'm always like, I see this as a problem for other people, so I don't trust myself to be responsible here for this thing, you know? I have ADHD, and the TikTok ADHD is superpower, and science of ADHD with a vague bullshit is so annoying, right? Yeah, I don't know. They felt the same way, like you. I was trying to avoid any diagnostics, but one day I realized maybe it's not normal to have 4 different regimes during 1 month because of randomly not being able to sleep, feeling like I want to focus on something too much. Take care, Leonardo. Thanks for stopping in, bro. Good to see you. Sorry if I'm not checking YouTube chat all that often. I'm trying my best today. Yeah, I realized at a certain point that if I wanted to, like, change anything about me. I had to stop having like the confidence that I could like be better than or stronger than easy way outs. And I think it's working. I don't know. Doing better than I used to. Maybe. Hopefully. Remember, my Twitch career is my redemption arc in life. Not me doing it right. It's always something I'm trying to ward against. Okay, I think I'm gonna do like a darker layer on this to offset them a little bit from the brighter hair. Sometimes it's like not always just like a point of not filling something in to make it look brighter, but to like fill things in around it to contextualize the brightness, kind of like how gray takes on colors and stuff like that. I think maybe darken her horns just a little bit, even if they aren't like properly darkened horns or whatever. I don't care, man. Tieflings are cool, bro. I think they're rad. Sometimes worry about if you are as kind to yourself as you are to others, Evan. So it sounds like you've been working really hard to find your balance. I mean... yeah, probably not, but I'm holding myself to a different standard. So I want different results. You know? The kindness that I show myself is being brutally and unforgivingly hard on myself. Because I know how miserable I was for a long time after living through the results of being gentle on myself for my entire youth and young adult life. So my kindness comes in firmness for myself. Me being good to myself is telling myself that I'm a fat loser, and if I ever want to stop that I have the potential to stop being a fat loser, so get up and go to the gym even though you're tired. That's my kindness to myself. My kindness is saying you're a terrible fucking painter, but if you work really hard, you'll one day be not so terrible and you'll actually look at your art and be proud of yourself. So I don't care how much you don't want it to work. You sit down at your fucking computer and you work. And that firmness is what I need from myself to actually be happy. So no, I treat myself very well, I think, because I think that I need to. I need to hold myself to the standards that make me actually confident that, you know, I can actually do the things that I want to and like see my ambitions come to fruition in life. Taking days off and playing World of Warcraft and having fun and eating fucking snacks and shit. Like, I joke about all of that, but that's the regressive path for me. And trying to work it back in is like, sure, whatever, but you know, it's necessary for me. And it's hard. Like, I get it. The like the burden Ella bears watching me like burn out on shit is like tough to watch, but she does it knowing that I have to. She's like, you're gonna burn yourself to a crisp and I'm gonna scoop up all the ashes and help you put yourself back together on the other side. I'm like, thanks, dear. You know? You're taking those MBTI personality quizzes. I'm so curious what you are. I am not that it like, so I grew up with this shit, with these personality types. My mom was like really into the corporate stuff side of that thing, so I've like done this voodoo since I was in fucking junior high school, so I don't give it a ton of credit, but for like curiosity, I'm like ashamed of it. I am this one. ENFJ-A. I think I'm the -A, not the T. I don't remember. But I am whatever this one was. I remember. Because I was the guy with the sword. And I was like, yeah, sword man. So that was my thing. I don't know what the fuck that fucking means. I don't know. I don't know what any of these letters mean anymore. I think the first one's extrovert, not cool, feeling, judging. I don't know. I don't know, man. Something along those lines. Who knows? Remember, I was the guy with the sword. Because I don't remember what I never remember what the letters were until somebody showed me that thing. They're like, here, there's like character classes associated with them. I was like, cool. I took it again, and I was the guy with the sword, and I was like, rad. Charismatic, inspiring leaders able to mesmerize their listeners. Wait, it doesn't actually say. Or would offer each other an INFJ. Oh, really? Fucking let's go. What does the N mean in there? Because I think it's feeling. I don't know. I don't remember the letters in there. The architect. Ooh, there you go. Used to be so into this. I know your entire function stack with that. Feel cringe knowing it. Well, I don't know what that means about me. I'm not sure what that, how much that describes or reveals. I'm not into fucking astrology, so I don't know what that means. I don't have enough bead curtains to know enough about it. I'm sorry. You're basically a Gryffindor. Tends to feel like they need to be the hero of the story, the person to get it done, the one that expert, intuitive, feeling, judging. Oh, so what's the other? Oh, the N is for intuitive. Oh, okay. So I trust my gut and don't think too hard. Because brain don't work well. Speak to me in crayon. Bro, I should have joined the fucking Marines. Oh my god. I know I'm Canadian, but I still should have. Fuck. I just need everyone to speak to me in crayon. I could have done that on a professional level. Never did that wrong. Wonder what I am. Try it. It's called 16 personalities or some shit. I don't know. Yeah. There was one that my mom did for my schools and shit when I was young. That was four different types. It was like different colors. And it wasn't like you scored one or the other. It was like, what percentage of each one do you score, like in relation to the others? And I took the test once, and I hit like almost even across the spectrum. And I'm like, what does this mean? And everyone's like, I don't fucking know. It means you cheated the test, you dipshit. I'm like, oh shit, okay. And I stopped caring about them after that shortly. I've heard a lot about the fucking Myers-Briggs shit and whatnot. Just again, because my mom was like part of that kind of like testing and training in corporate world, and that was like a tool that they used there. So I've just heard about it way too much. And from when I was a kid anyway, because that's so intuitive, right? Right? It means you're pretty empathetic and you use your gut a lot. Oh, really? Okay. Wow. Good for me, man. Then hold on, Natasha. Wait. Hold on. I call bullshit on all of this. I'll show you why. Ooh, whoops. I call bullshit on all of this. I call bullshit. And let me show you why I call bullshit. Yep. Mm-hmm. I have an account. Hold up. We might be cooking. We might be cooking. Okay. Wait. What the fuck? Oh. I'm dumb, that's why. Alright. Alright. Here's why this is all bullshit. Not now. Yeah, this is why this is bullshit. Because I took the test. I took the only test that mattered. Explain that. Ha! Alright? Yeah, fucking Gryffindor. Get out of here with that shit. Alright? Pure, untethered ambition. Villainous. Patronus, Mastiff, House, Slytherin, Wand, Alderwood, Portrait, weirdly a guy with a beard. Even though he's supposed to be a fucking 16-year-old. What the fuck is this shit? Portrait maker? No, get the fuck out of here. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh my God, Harry Potter adults are so fucking insufferable. Okay, well, that's enough of that shit. Alright. Fuck out of here with that. Was more ambitious than a hero, a champion, a paladin, one might say? Oh, you're right. Okay, never mind. Alright. Alright. Sorry. Yeah, you're right, Natasha. My bad. Yep. Okay, I'm sorry I questioned you. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. I forgot my hotkeys, and I was trying to figure out how to get the little crosshairs thing gone. Yeah. Harry Potter adults versus Disney adults in the Octagon. Who wins? Who wins in the Octagon of Harry Potter adults versus Disney adults? I can't say, because I know why one would win. I know which one would win, and I know why they'd win. But if I say it out loud, I'm going to get canceled. And sometimes I have to think for a second if the joke is worth telling. But to be honest, this one isn't. I know precisely better than to answer that question. So I will remove myself from that and say, if I speak, I am in big trouble. I choose not to speak. Yep. Oh, God. Anyway, Tieflings, man. Tieflings. Oh, God. Well, they're so cool, man. This character for Brooklyn's so cool, man. She's so pretty. What, dude? She's just so cool and put together and not bratty at all. What a cool character. Look at me being diplomatic, right? Look at that. Look at that. Dude, I'm gonna watch the shit out of Harry Potter this Halloween. Ella and I made a new tradition of Halloween is now officially our Harry Potter day. I was like, we don't have any Halloween traditions, so I'm gonna make one up. And so we watched Harry Potter, and I made butterbeer from scratch. It almost threw up because it was so rich, but you know, like got snacks and shit. Dude, it was a good time. Good time. Not bratty at all. Only pretty, exactly. Not bratty. Only pretty and maybe hungry. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Never bratty. Just maybe hungry. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna get canceled again. Ah, shit. That's me. I'm the hanger. Oh, you're the hangry. Okay, right. I forgot. Sorry. Right. Never bratty. Harry Potter World at Universal's is soothing. Just hanging out in Hogsmeade. I want to go, dude. I want to go so bad because I want to do the Ultra Orlando trip. Okay. I want to go take Ella to Disneyland for the first, or Disney World for the first time, because we've been to Disneyland multiple times, obviously, because BlizzCon's right there. But Ella's never been to Disney World, and I've only been once because my family I grew up fucking poor, and my family, basically my parents were like, look, we're only going to take our kids on one fucking holiday while they're like kids, and we're going to make it dope. So they went all out and we did a Disney World trip, and I cringe thinking about how difficult that was. As an adult now, I cringe thinking of what my parents had to sacrifice to make that trip happen. But it was awesome, and I never forgot about it. So I've been there, but Ella hasn't. And I really want to do like the Ultra Orlando trip where we do like Universal and do the Harry Potter shit and whatever, as well as the Disney thing. But did you know that it costs like $1,000 Canadian to stay at a mediocre hotel in Disney World? I didn't. And so we'll probably not get to see how that happens. I don't know. Maybe one day. Ooh, man, Disney got expensive after COVID. We used to go to BlizzCon. We used to get like they had like tourism. They had these like tourism programs for Canada where if you were Canadian, you could get discounts on your passes. Basically, they would negate the price of the US exchange. So it was like $100 Canadian instead of $100 US to get a Disneyland pass for the day. But then they upped it to like 140 or 150 or whatever. Maybe I think they took it down because people weren't going. But for a while there, after like COVID, the COVID patch, it was like $150 US to get a one-day ticket to Disneyland or some shit like that. And then in Canadian, it was like $200 a day. I was like, oh fuck no, dude, we're done with this shit. Oh my god, I'm never going again. And after that, they just never like. I wonder how much it is. How much are Disney World tickets? Let's see, how much are Disney World tickets? Can range from 110 to 190. Right. So now, depending on the day, like time you go in the year and the park and how busy it is, it averages out still. I think to about $150 per day. $150 averaged out. Oh my god. Oof, dude. And like Disney World hotel prices. Show more. Oh, that's lower than I thought it was. They've come down in price. Okay, wait, where's the Disney? Like, where's the middle? Not the fucking budget ass motel fucking dipshit stuff. You know what? But that's like, okay, so this post-COVID, the like premium resorts were at like $1,000. So that's nice that it went down, I guess. You know? That's still though, like, for this is like a middle of the road resort, the Port Orleans. It's not the budget, it's not the luxury. And it's $315 a night, American. I look at that shit and I'm like, bro, I could go for one day. The problem is that it's now no longer ever less expensive to go to the US than it is to go to Japan. So I don't know when the fuck Ella and I are ever gonna pick the US over Japan again. Right? Universal resorts are cheaper. I never looked at them. That'd be like decent, I guess. That'd be cool, depending on how close they are to Disney World as well. I know how badly Disney theme parks are suffering with a lot of Canadians boycotting American vacations. So, I mean, like, are you Canadian, Natasha? So from a Canadian perspective, there was a lot of talk about people boycotting American stuff, and not a whole lot of follow through, in my opinion. Canadian AF? Okay. So I'm not sure if your experience, but like out where I am in the mountains, I've seen a lot of people saying, I'm never going to the US again because whatever tariff bullshit, I'm never going to spend my money in Canada. And then they realize that where are they going to go in Canada? What, Tofino? Okay, well, and a lot of people quietly like decide to rebook that American vacation, just from what I've seen. But I know they don't have any packages for Canadian stuff anymore, so I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if Disney, because the problem is a lot of Disney stuff that people would have had to have booked like a while ago, and they're not going to cancel that and like get eaten on the cancellations or whatever. So I wonder. 93.90 is cheap. That is pretty good, actually. Yeah. Check grocery goods to see where they were from before purchasing. Switch to French's ketchup. Yeah, right. Right. Go to Dollarama and get some French's ketchup. Let's go, dude. Save on that shit. Paying for Heinz. You think I'm made of money? You think I can afford a $4,500 Astral ROG G fucking Force 95090? Come on, man. My commissions aren't that expensive yet. What the fuck? Different experience out here in the East. We have a bit more options close by for me. That's fair. I guess you guys, if you're further east, you can like, there's more places to go and more things to do. Out here in like Alberta and Saskatchewan and fucking Mana, Montana. The fuck is that province called? Yeah, it's a lot of people were pretty big talk about it, and I've seen them quietly, you know, coming back from trips and stuff to the US. Like, Monka, weren't you saying that you'd never go to the US ever again? Where'd you just get back from? Oh, funny. I don't know. I'm taking a vacay to the States since it all started. I used to travel there for friends and stuff. Yeah, I haven't been to the US. Well, okay, that's not true. I was about to say I haven't been to the US since before COVID. I was literally in Hawaii. I forgot that's America. I forgot that Hawaii is America. I was literally in Hawaii in the fall, so. But that's because like we'll still go to Hawaii because for one, it's actually less expensive to fly to Hawaii than it is to fly from Calgary to Ottawa. So that's funny. And two, Ella has family there, so we go stay with them. So it's not like we're like going to the US for a vacation to go whatever. It's like we're going to see family that just so happens to live in Hawaii, thank God. Because we'd probably never see them if we didn't. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Shit. We go see them no matter where they lived. Damn it. I said the quiet part out loud. Now the friends are just planning to take a trip next year to TO instead. Well, to the T dot. They're gonna go to the T dot. Oh shit. Gonna go see a Leafs game with them. Oh, we're not spending $600 on tickets. Okay, right. I forgot. Sorry. Well, that works. Ella and I are still planning on going to Japan next year. Loosely. We're planning on doing another trip to Tokyo and Osaka. Maybe further south to Kyushu as well, because we've never been. We're either going to go really far south and do Kyushu, Okinawa, or we're going to go really far north and do Sapporo, Hokkaido. We don't know yet. We shall see. Hate the Leafs, sue me? Damn, okay. Well, that's fine. Alright. 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 Reasonable take. I'll accept it. I'll allow it on my watch. That's fine. I really hate that Ella and I are gonna be gone so much this year on weekends and I have to miss streams for it and shit. And the places we're going is fucking Edmonton for conventions. GameCon was great. Ella did very well at GameCon. Super awesome. Ran out of all of her stock. Sold all of her dice to all the nerds. Has no more dice left. The last dice she had, Aduria bought it. But it still sucks that if we're like going somewhere and like leaving and I have to like miss streams, that we're going somewhere for work and that somewhere is Edmonton. Ugh. The worst place to go on a trip. What's up, Salesian? Flying Europe at the end of the summer and next February going to Vietnam. Oh, damn, bro. I always wanted to go to Vietnam. Dude, I don't know if I have the courage to go somewhere like Vietnam. I'm too like, I need like to, I don't like the idea of being somewhere where I can't speak the language. I know, like I tell people that don't speak Japanese that Tokyo's fine and like even the countryside is fine. I know it's probably fine. You have like Google Translate and shit. But I'd still want to learn before I left, so. I know it's not practical either. Europe would be dope. I wanted to take a trip to the south of Ukraine to see the old family farmstead, but then they got a little bit of a spat with their neighbors, and apparently they haven't resolved that yet, so I probably won't be going to the Ukrainian fucking farmlands anytime soon. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, about that trip. Might skip that one. In Vietnamese, I don't speak the language. Think of how much more shameful it is for me. My brother's wife is gonna be our translator. Well, at least you have a translator. That's dope. Trev, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you, dude. Pleased to meet you. I'm about to go to Alaska and see family. Alaska, nothing fun. Not today in mind, but like a month. Alaska's great. What do you mean? Nothing fun? You go to Alaska to see your family? Now, to be fair, the only time I've been to Alaska, Salesian, is when I went on an old people cruise with my my mother-in-law was like, I'm taking you and Ella to Alaska on a cruise. And we're like, cool. She's like, and we're going to go on an old people cruise. And I was like, rad. And I loved it. It was the first time I ever went on a boat on a cruise or whatever like that, like overnight. And I love being on old people cruise. Old people cruise is great. The amount of old dudes that I just complained about stuff with was just everything I needed. It was amazing. 10 out of 10. Would visit Alaska again. See the landscape. Be nice to do the interior though. I don't know. I do refer to Alaska as bonus Canada, though. I'm sorry. Alaska, and also, what's the little nook part around the Great Lakes that Canada's south of? That's ours, man. Sorry, bro. That's bonus Canada, too. Now, considering Canada is just bonus America, you know. Wait, has it been long enough that I can make my Invade Canada jokes again? That I've made for the last 20 years? About how I want America to invade us so that we get better Netflix? Is it funny again? Because I couldn't make it for a while there. I don't know. I need you guys to tell me if it's funny again. If I'm allowed to make those jokes again. Or if it's still, like, gonna get me in trouble on the internet. So, no, damn it. I have to... How much longer do I have to wait for my, my jokes about how I want Amazon... How, I don't care what flag I fly as long as I get access to American Amazon Prime. How, like, 3 years? 3 years? I gotta wait 3 years before I can complain about Canadian shipping again? Oh my god, dude. I gotta keep that joke in the chamber for 3 years? Can't we do like a couple more months or like... I don't know, man. Fuck, dude. Alright, I think it's funny. Well, there you go. Let the jokes fly. Yeah.
I'm tired of paying customs on fucking Pokemon cards, bro. From America. I was like, I don't care if you all invade us. I'll put up the flag. I don't care. As long as I get American Amazon Prime, American Netflix, and American shipping for Pokemon cards, I don't fucking care. I know the anthem. But then it stopped being funny for like a couple weeks, but apparently it's still not funny. You know? Apparently it's still not funny. God damn it. Alright. It's terrible because I still remember 1812. You got the fucking shirt. We came, we saw, we burnt. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, well. I'll you know what? I'll check in every once in a while. I'll ask you guys if the joke's funny again. And we'll see. You guys let me know, okay? When that joke's funny again, you guys let me know. So I can reclaim it. And we'll see what you guys think on consensus. So, do whatever you like. Yeah, right? Listen, I don't have that kind of freedom. You guys haven't invaded us yet. Okay, that's the last one. That's the last one. That's the last time, I promise, okay? That was the last one. That was it. That was it. It was done. Okay? Okay. All right. Okay. That was the last one. I promise. I promise. Last one for 3 years. Okay? I'll check in later. Whew. Okay. Yep. I don't mind as long as we get to burn their White House down in return. No, man, they got like they got like Gundams and shit there, bro. I don't want to burn nothing down, bro. I just want better fucking Prime, Amazon Prime, dude. That's all it is. Not gonna be able to cancel you. That's fair. Well, I did, you know, honestly, so I didn't, I forgot about this, but there was somebody not at GameCon, but at ArdCon that was asking about commissions, and I told them my general price for what they wanted. I said, it'll be about 300 US for that. They said, but we're Canadian. And I was like, yeah, but like I work for mostly Americans, so I charge in USD. And I thought they were going to do the whole like, oh, but aren't you going to charge me in Canadian because we're both Canucks? Like, which happens from Canadians. It happens from like, I'll get a DM on Instagram for somebody that wants a commission, and I'll tell them how much it is. And they're like, oh, sorry, I thought you were Canadian. And I'm like, I am. They're like, but I'm Canadian too. I'm like, oh, great. Well, then and I do the conversion. Like, that's this much in Canadian. They're like, what? You're not going to give me a discount because I'm Canadian? And I'm like, fuck you. So I thought that that's what the person was going to do. But what they said is, wait, you're not still working for Americans, are you? Like, the fuck? This wasn't even at GameCon. This was at ArdCon 2 weekends ago. They're just gonna just not work for another fucking American again? Like, no, fuck you, dude. The hell? Tell me who I can't work for. Piece of shit. I was so mad. I was mad for like 20 minutes, and then Ella got me chicken tendies, and I forgot all about it for 2 weeks. So, who's burning what down? No one. Don't worry, Atari. It's fine. The Ospreys are here. I can't say it. I charge my rates in American, right? Right? The main reason I charge in American is because Canadians know how to convert to American. Americans don't know how to convert to Canadian. So, if I charge somebody 300 USD, if I say 410 sorry, let me try this. I'm curious because we got Americans in chat here, okay? Just curious. If I say $700 Canadian, how much do you guys think that is in American? Like just a gut check for the Americans. I say $700 Canadian. How much do you think that is in American? 450? Okay. 530 to 550. $625. But 1,000. So 680 Canadian is 500 US. So about 700. It's just a bit north of 500 US. All right. So the problem is though, most Americans, when I say a higher rate in Canadian, they'll scare them off. Okay, so if I'm charging $500 for something US and I say, oh, it's 680 Canadian, the Americans are like, oh fuck, that's so much. That's like gonna be like $600. Like they don't necessarily know what their conversion is. So you say a big number, they get nervous. The problem is with Canadians know how to convert. So you say $300 US, they're like, okay, it's like, you know, they kind of do the calculation in their head. But Americans will they don't know how to convert to Canadian, because why would you? Like, I'm not when Americans don't know anything about Canada or don't know our currency or whatever, I'm not blaming you guys, because like, why would you care? Why would you know? We need to know lots about America because like we go to America, we deal with America a lot as Canadians, but Americans hardly ever deal with Canadians. A lot of Americans, and it's nice when Americans do know about Canada and shit like that. But I never have this eye roll expectation huff that Americans don't know what a Canadian currency conversion is. Like, miss me with that shit. And Europeans know how to convert to USD for euros and pounds and shit like that. But the problem is no one knows how to convert to Canadian, so why would I use Canadian? So most of my clients are from America, so I use American. But in addition to that, my European clients know how to use American, my Canadian clients know how to use American. Why would I use Canadian that nobody knows how to use except for Canadians? Except for like 10% of my clients. Actually, I don't even remember the last time I had a Canadian client. It's been a while, to be very honest. It's been a while, so even then, it's like, it's just not worth it to worry about, I don't think. The only difference between CAD and Euro, right? Better the lower number up for sticker shock, right? There's that too, I guess. Yeah. I get paid mostly my platforms in USD too, so it's easier. Yeah, same, absolutely. Patreon, well, everything is in USD for me. My print store, Patreon, Twitch, coffee. Do I get paid in anything in CAD? I guess conventions. That's it. Yeah, I don't know. It is really nice getting paid in USD because it makes taxes really easy. It makes taxes super easy. Whatever I make in USD, I just rip that number. That's what I take away from CAD, and then whatever the conversion is, I just put that away for taxes. Super easy and convenient like that. Twitch is the only one that pays me in Canadian, and I've been working. Wonder if I can change that. Twitch pays you in Canadian? Really? Well, Twitch paid me in US. I mean, Twitch adjusts for it. Maybe the how did it convert? Huh. To be fair, I haven't thought about how Twitch pays me in a long time, so I don't know. I don't know if I can think about it. I just, you know, money goes into account, sub revenue goes into wherever. Thank you very much for the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for keeping me alive, you know? Because, you know, when you guys sub, it's like 5 USD. But to me, that's like, dude, I could buy a fucking sports team for that. For one Twitch sub, you guys can feed a hungry Evan 1 Taco Bell for Ella. That's right. How much it converts? You got here. What is the CAD? Why is CAD less than USD? Because our country isn't worth as much, basically. The economics are of why the same reason any currency is inflated or deflated or worth more or less from any other country. Our currencies have nothing to do with each other. They're both called dollars, but it's the same thing as like the Australian dollar, the Jamaican dollar. It's just the dollar is just a reference point. The Canadian American currency is not connected in any way. Canadian dollars are worth a lot less than American dollars for lots of reasons, but you know. Visiting Canada for the first time in a couple of weeks, going to Victoria? Ooh. Like first time ever? Dude, Brooklyn, Victoria's amazing. Victoria's great. If you get a chance, go for dinner or lunch or something at the Fairmont. The Fairmont's a fantastic place to go just chill out. I don't know what the Fairmont's called in Victoria, but it's lovely. It's a great place to go for lunch or to stay. Dude, if you can stay at the Fairmont, that's a fucking dream and a half. Sort of a stupid question. It's not a stupid question at all because from a European perspective, America and Canada are very interconnected, right? So you wouldn't necessarily understand or know why our currencies are so disconnected when, like, in Europe, your countries that are neighboring and are as close or even less close as like
economic and political and whatever alliances as like Canada and the US are very intertwined, more so I'd say than almost any European country is, for lots of reasons. And so you're like, well, our countries are good friends, why, and we share a currency, why the fuck don't you guys? And I don't know the entire reasons behind that, but it sometimes the confusion is like, what the fuck is a dollar, right? And what is the dollar value of things, and what does that mean? It's not a dumb question at all. It's actually a very legitimate question. I heard it's so beautiful, dude. It's great, and you're going in the right time too, during the middle of the height of summer. So, that's awesome, Brooklyn. I hope you have the best time there. Victoria's awesome, and I assume you'll be stopping in Vancouver for like your international flight. If you get a chance to stop in Vancouver for any amount of time, for like a couple days or whatever, Brooklyn, Vancouver is one of my favorite cities in the world, and it's awesome. There's lots of things I'd recommend you go do in Vancouver. The food is great as well. The aquarium's dope. There's lots of cool stuff in Vancouver as well. CSV between 70 and 80 cents US for as long as I can remember. We went to college just south of the border. We went there and back a lot in a day. Yeah, right? It's right the fuck there. Why not?
It's more like WTF is an electrum piece.
Yeah, Canada uses electrum. Yeah, thanks, Moose. You think the currency would be roughly equivalent to between Canada and the US? Kind of weird that it's not. Well, why would you think our currency would be equivalent? So there's like 300 and there's like what, about 350 like million like US Americans, and there's like 40 of us. Like, we're a much smaller country. we're a fucking much smaller country than America. Way smaller. Our dollar will probably never be as strong as the American dollar unless something changes with like resources and stuff. It makes perfect sense to me that our dollar is because economically Canada is a much smaller country. So, in relation, you know, think about like how big the euro is, and how many countries back the euro, and how strong it is because of that. It's amazing that the American dollar can sort of stand against it, relatively. You know, to think that the Canadian dollar could is just crazy. In my opinion, I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to it, I guess. I confuse me why the British colonies didn't use pounds. I wonder why. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the history of our currency. I like our currency because we always have the monarch on it. You know, very nice to have the Queen on our money, and soon to be the King. The British monarchy was always very popular in Canada. The Queen had a special place in a lot of Canadians' hearts. Some people didn't like the whole idea of the monarchy and whatnot, but a lot of Canadians just thought it was like symbolic and just kind of nice to have that tradition. So, and don't forget, we still have a king over here, bro. We're still a monarchy in Canada. Back in 2008, the CAD was so strong to the USD. It was great shopping spree across the border at the time. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is though that I because I get paid in American, you know, I'm fine with our dollar being shit compared to America. I know it's bad for our economy and bad for a lot of people, but for me personally, it's not an issue at all. Right? I'm already there, right? There you go. Fuck the Discord, right, Jacob? Our money's cool, man. I like currency. I like the design of it. I really like the heraldry, the modern heraldry on currency, the symbolism and all that kind of stuff. It's cool, like a cool sort of exercise in culture. You know, and then when you get like a limited edition $10 bill or whatever that has somebody else on it, it's like when you go to like Taco Bell during like a movie release and you can get like a collaboration meal. It's just kind of fun, you know. Want to be played in golden ducats. I don't know what the fuck that is, but that sounds D&D as shit. Yeah, holy man. Your pay goes further this way? It does, to be honest. Like for me personally, because the hack is if you can live in Canada and get paid in an American standard, you are crushing it. Now, obviously, I wouldn't get paid a livable wage by a lot of metrics if I lived in the US with my Canadian or with the US income that I make. Income. But since I live in Canada, it stretches further. So when I do a commission for somebody for $300, that's worth a lot more to me in Canada. It's why Twitch, it's like why if I have like, I don't know how many subs I have right now on Twitch, but if I have like, I think I average around 300 to 500 subs a month. Like that's substantial as far as like being able to just like survive and shit. So like Moose cheering 100 bits there goes a long way for me, you know, like which is just, it's funny, I guess, but but it's true. Must be very confined in the shops, something like that. Get paid in my day job in Canadian, night job in American, and got the diversity portfolio. Ooh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, shit, you're getting after it then. I used to do, before I started streaming and stuff, I used to do some work with some Japanese companies. I get paid in yen once in a while. And right now, with the weakness of the yen, I'm so glad I don't do that shit anymore. I suppose you just conveniently say whatever your rate is in the stronger currency. You just like when you're dealing with like corporations and shit like that or whatever. You live in the weird sad part of Europe, Easter, and everyone ignores the euro here. We have crowns, zoltajes, and 4 ints. Damn. That's actually a thing? You don't just all use the euro there? Huh, I had no idea. I had no idea, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Eastern Europe, alright? All I know is you guys just want to listen to hard bass and drink Vass. Like good Slavs. That's right. It's in my blood. It's in my blood. I also feel more useful as a broke-ass American. I can tip evident it matters. It does. It matters a lot. Are you kidding? Like, think about it. A streamer my size should not make the kind of bits like that I make on Twitch. Because a few of you insane individuals choose some small contingency of you guys. Every month, it's like you trade off. You're like, who's going to single-handedly support Evan this month? Right? And then it just lets me do what I've been doing and streaming and shit, and I'm always extremely grateful for it because the support goes a massive like distance for someone like me living in Canada. Hugely. Are you kidding? Oh yeah. Rate in gold bars, then currency value doesn't matter, dude. I want someone to pay me in gold at some point in time. That's what I want. I want someone to pay me in gold. A little fractional coin or whatever. Like a 10th ounce gold coin. I'll accept payments in gold. Are you kidding? You meet up with me at a convention, you have gold? I'll take the shit out of that as a payment. It's like that one time somebody tried to offer me some obscure Bitcoin fucking currency or whatever. Bro, do you accept whatever? I'm like, what the fuck is that? Well, it's the new coin. It's the new crypto. It's like Ethereum, but it's like more secure. Everyone's going to be using it a little while. So like, if I pay you like $300 in this, it's going to be worth like $30,000 in the future. So I'll meet you halfway and I'll pay you like $150 worth of this in like the currency. You'll thank me. All right, man. Sorry, I'm not into astrology. Sorry, bro. That'd be epic. It would be epic, yeah. Not gonna lie, I've used that as the opportunity to commission a lot of Japanese and Ukrainian artists lately. That's funny. Yeah, right? Now's the time to buy yen. And then you get to go to Japan and go to all the hot cat girl maid cafes. Too bad I never really went to a maid cafe before I aged out of them. Yep. Yep. That's the unfortunate part. You hit 30, you're not allowed to go to maid cafe anymore. When you're in your 20s and you go to a maid cafe with your friends, it's quirky and funny and ironic. But once you're 30 and you go to maid cafe, it's just weird. So, unfortunately. Sucks, man, but with the benefits of age come the downsides too. It's like Anime Con. I can't go to Anime Con anymore. Nope. Hit 26 and was never allowed to go to another anime convention ever again. It's like, fuck, man. Where am I gonna get my JRPGs from? Shit. Maid Cafe was kind of mad. They, like, Maid Cafe's fun. Like, you go to Maid Cafe once. You go to Maid Dreamin' or, like, one of the big ones that they speak English if you're a first timer on your very first trip to Tokyo. Go to Akiba. You know, do it one time, but it is prohibitively expensive, and I agree. Insanely meh. But it's novel, right? If you've never done it, it's novel, I guess. Would I ever go to one again? No. No, of course not. It's too fucking expensive. I'd rather go to, like, one of the overpriced, like, themed cafes, like the Spy X Family Cafe or the Pokemon or whatever. You know? The cat cafe was more fun. Yeah, I hear that. I'm allergic to every fucking animal, so I'm not going to know. Maybe I'll go to the owl cafes in Ikebukuro. That's what I'll do. I'll go to Akiba for girls and then go to one of the owl cafes there because the fucking Sega arcade's gone. What else are you going to do at Ikebukuro? We trade in current market value, not mystical future market value, right? That's why I didn't work for Crypto Bro over there. You know? Did the Gundam Cafe was alright. I loved the Gundam Cafe. The one in Akiba, right? Before it closed. Gundam Cafe was great just because I'm a Gundam fan. My wife, Natasha, is an unreal Gundam fan. Ella is a degenerate, deranged Gundam fan. So every time we go to Japan, Ella builds her Gunpla store. So we have somewhere between 15 and 30 unassembled kits in that closet because Ella buys them over there not in Akiba. Well, yeah, there's like Gundam stores around Tokyo that aren't as expensive. But we buy a bunch of Gundam kits and shit. And then she buys them all. Yeah, fuck, you said Gundam and you summoned Ella. And so she has the Gundam store. So whenever she wants a Gunpla that she wants to build, she just goes into our closet, finds a Gunpla she forgot that we bought 3 years ago. Or 5 years ago at this point, I guess. And then she just builds that shit instead of having to go to the store and buy one for like 3 times the price. So the Gundam Cafe is different than the normal themed cafes for us, even though I don't think there is a well, no, I think a Gundam Cafe opened up in Odaiba recently at Gundam Base. Some people go to another one. The Owl Cafes, have you seen pictures of the Owl Cafes, Salesian? They're cool. They're real neat, yo. When you're 60, you can go to maid cafes again, Evan. You'll be the cool grandpa. Yeah, I don't know about that. No. I think I take my I'll take my age and leave, thank you. I'm not going. When you're 60 in Japan, you have to go like to the ancient car museums for back when JDM cars had a soul. That was mean.
We need a Gundam shrine in the guild hall. Whenever shit hits the fan, we just summon Ella.
I mean, it would work. It would work, Xenix. You joke, but if you want to summon Ella, you just say Gundam 3 times. Foods in those cafes were never really that good, though, and the food everywhere else in Japan is amazing. That's true. The food isn't great, but it's fun and novel, and I think that's worth some of the experience, you know? It's like Ishiran isn't the best ramen in Tokyo, but it's fun and novel, so I still tell people to go to Ishiran if it's the first time in Tokyo. So, but yeah, it's more about the experience, 100%. The food isn't insane at those cafes. It's not. It's like, I compare it to like family restaurant food, you know? It's like, all right, but it's more about the fun experience. The limited experience, the limited edition, whatever merch you get with it. The cute menus with Sanrio characters on it. The cinnamon roll with cinnamon roll on it. Yeah, you're right about that. It's a little meh. Really like food. Most of my travel destinations are turned based on food. Well, there you go. That's a good reason to not go to the fucking cafes. Yeah, I really hope that I can fix my stomach issues and actually eat food again. Like proper food. By the next time we go to Japan. Not that Japanese food bothers me that much, but there's like, they still use like green onion and stuff. So there's a lot of food that I can't eat in Japanese cooking now. Obviously not as bad as Korean or whatever, but, or Thai or Vietnamese or anything else like that. But it's still sucks if we're going out and like my diet would just be like sushi and tempura or whatever. You know, I'd fucking hate for that to be my trip to our next trip to Tokyo. Not that I'd mind. Every time we go to Tokyo, I stop by this place in Tsukiji, in the touristy part of Tsukiji, and I get this platter of tuna from this one restaurant that is for 2 people and it's 4,000 yen. And I always tell them that this would cost me $300 in Canada. Because it's true. It's unfortunately fucking true. Looking like Tokyo. Oh shit. Aduria knows. He fucking knows, dude. Aduria, what made you want to see the Nyathar temple? What made you want to select that one specifically? I'm so intrigued. I'm so interested. Okay, the food's great. I paid to pet owl friend. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Well, the food at the animal cafes is never great, but it's never supposed to be. It's supposed to be just like, you know, pastries and shit. Making owl friend is good. Yeah. That is worth. At least I think so. I don't know.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That was definitely not Iduria's request.
Okay, right. Of course it wasn't Iduria's request. Yes. Yes, right. That was me, Duria. You, Duria, so me, Duria. Yeah, wait, that was my request? I requested on my own coffee? What? I requested it? Oh my god. So pathetic. Artist makes requests on his own coffee because no one wanted to buy his shitty art. Will you just wait until my VGen comms are up for me to go full DGen mode? Every single time I get a VGen comm, I'm gonna make my price more expensive. Every single time. And I'm going to say within the commission structure for the VGen comms, for the anime stuff, that it is not worth it. Alright? That my anime commissions are not worth it. And that you're a fool if you pay for it. And I'm gonna shame people who ever even follow me on VGen for an anime commission. And say, how dare you? Sketchy was the robot restaurant was actually pretty dope. I've never been there actually. Like the robot restaurant. I know what you're talking about. Never been to that one. Mostly they've been presented in mostly refugee traveler culture so far, so I'm curious what a major permanent site like that would look like. Interesting. Expect to be allowed to be the first person to take one of those comms on coffee or on VGen? No. No, you're not going to. You know why? Because this is like Aduria. I'm not kidding when I say I'm going to charge $250 for this. Obviously properly hatched and shaded. I'm going to charge $250 for this. And I'm going to shame anyone. This is going to be a meme that I'm going to make a YouTube video out of. No one's actually going... Okay. Alright. You know what? You know what? You know what? Alright, we're just...
No, I refuse. I refuse. I will not be known for doing anime art. I will not. You're a Shame King, don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, but it's you can't. It's not. It's $250. Okay. And I'm going to put it in the terms that I will shame you for getting this. That's going to be written into it. And it's not even like cute, like synthetic shaming or whatever. It's like, hey, Twitter, look at this loser nerd that got me to do some anime trash for them. Here's your comm, Baka. I mean, no, okay, hold on. Okay, all right, hold on. Wait, hold on. We might get the wrong kind of clients if we go too far there. Okay, all right, hold up. Yeah, Monka, Hyper Monka, These comms are only for losers that can't attract the attention of a real person, so they rely on getting me to commissioning me to make their anime waifus for them in my D&D sketch style. Do not buy this commission on VGen unless you're a loser DGen. And the price will go up every time. And I'm not going to thank you for the order. I'm going to say, here's your order. You're welcome. And then I'm going to block you on VGen. And then I'll block you on VGen. Okay. That's likely honorary shoutouts. Oh shit, wait, you're right. Is that how the VTubers are going to farm the fan art from me? Fuck. Is that how Ashy's going to get more fan art from me? Because you'll notice that Ashy hasn't been killing me in our D&D game, but I also haven't done Ashy fan art in at least a couple months, and I think I need to figure that out. I think there's a correlation with my survivitude in D&D and how much fan art I make of Ashy in a year-long period. So, maybe I have to... Yeah, whew. Gotta figure that out, maybe. Do I order an anime girl version of the pirate ship he asked for just for funs and giggles? There's not an anime Okay. I'm gonna fucking cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm actually gonna start crying. Okay. Alright. You're not allowed to... I don't even know if I have my VGen thing open. I got the code from Aya, and I was like, you know this is going to be a meme, right? And I was like, yep. Here you go anyway. Do I even have this shit up yet? Oh, no, I need to finish the one for Evangeline first. That's what I was gonna do. What the fuck? What do you mean you won't let me log into my own VGen? The hell? Get bent. This is my meme. Oh, there we go. Artist dashboard. Oh, I gotta change my... Oh, I gotta set up my payment and shit for it. I forgore. Oh, right. Okay. No requests yet. Let's change that. Yes, less. I got a wait list? No, I don't. Okay, I don't have any orders yet. Oh, well. Oh, well. Guys, I gotta add my proper VGen comms on there. I gotta get with it for the memes. I'll be the most highly in demand artist, and I'm gonna threaten people that every single time I get a VGen request, the price goes up, and it's all FOMO. And if you don't want to mow, then don't wait. Oh wait, this is necklace, not shit. I forgot what I was drawing.
There we go. I remember now. God, she's like Siri if Siri was kind of moody. Wait. You ordered an anime girl version of the pirate ship you broke, Evan? Yeah, you did break me. Gotta make an art offering to the D&D god. That's not the D&D god, Silesian. Is it to buy passports so you're safe from that this time? What do you mean you just had to buy a passport? What the fuck? What is with you Americans and not owning passports? I swear to God. The average age of somebody when they get their first passport is way too old. You need to get out of your own country. You need to get out of your own country and go on a trip somewhere exotic, like Hawaii. Yeah, holy. Go to some far-off location that is completely unrecognizable to your American standards. Like Maui. They expire in the process to get one sucks. I bet it does, yeah. The process is like pretty chill in Canada. I don't know. I think I got my passport for another couple of years or whatever. The problem is my passport photo is me when I was at probably my heaviest weight. And every time I look at it, I'm like, ooh. I actually like kind of, when I was getting my passport or checked for immigration, I was going to the US in the fall. The guy just like look at it, he looks at me, looks at it, goes, "You lost some weight, I guess?" I'm like, "Yeah, about 100 pounds." And he's like, "Looks like more." Folds it up, hands it. I'm like, "What's that supposed to be? Is that a good? Is that a compliment? Is that?" So I think I gotta get a new passport. But yeah, oh man. Almost dropped my water. Fuck. I never left the country and don't really have anyone to travel with, so I haven't really bothered to get it. Really? Do your solo trip to Tokyo. Travel with. Don't travel with people. Travel alone, dude. I have tons of friends that travel alone. Looks dope. You go make friends places, go explore shit. You don't have your wife nagging you the whole time saying, "Can we buy a Gundam instead?" That's a great fucking carbon steel kitchen knife, Evan, but should we buy a Gundam instead? Wow, that's a cool like souvenir of our time to this temple, Evan, but should we buy a Gundam instead? Maybe it's just an Ella Blockwood problem. I don't know. Mine was just getting a picture and give it to the post office and they handle everything. Oh, okay, well, maybe it's changed then. Used to make it easier. You can do it all online now if it hasn't expired yet. Oh, really? Yeah, it ain't difficult in Canada, so I don't know what you guys have to deal with. Any passport is very easy here. Just go to the town hall, give old passports about to expire, pay 80 euros, get new passport delivered at home a week later. That's decent. You don't have to wait and no crazy ass DMV shit or whatever, like our American brothers and sisters do for most of their experience with the government. Well, I suppose it makes sense that Americans don't have passports because there's so much America to America, so you wouldn't necessarily need to leave the country unless like you had to, or like had a major desire to go see somewhere. Makes sense, I guess. I guess I didn't really have... Oh no, I did have a passport one time. I was gonna say, I didn't have a passport until I was an adult. No, it's not true. I had a fucking passport because I went to the US. I forgot that... Well, hold on. I might be crazy, but I thought, like, you don't need your passport to fly in Canada for some weird reason. I don't remember when they stopped doing this, but like, this might not have been my lifetime, but I know at some point you didn't need your passport to travel to the US if you were Canadian. I don't know if this was like something they stopped doing in like 1995 or if they stopped doing this shit in like 1960. And you could tell me either one and I'd believe you. But I loosely remember this shit. So. You don't need to travel in country? Yeah, exactly, right? So why the fuck would you ever need a passport? It makes sense. It's just weird to me. There's just so much world to go see out there, man. Did it after 2009, I believe. That late? That recent? Okay. So I'm not crazy. So maybe I didn't have like a formal passport when I was young. I just traveled based on my whatever, my ID or whatever. That's the case. That totally makes sense and checks out, I guess. Got Alaskan wilds, the Grand Canyon, the Everglades, all in one country. The USA has a huge variety of environments and sights to see. Right. I want to do my grand, like, American road trip. The places I want to go see in the US is I want to see like the Californian redwoods. I want to see Yellowstone. There's not a lot in the middle I want to see. I used to say Mendari, but she doesn't live there anymore, so maybe go to Culver's just so Vixie will shut the fuck up about it. And then I want to see some stuff from the southeast, you know? The East Coast. Oh yeah, dude. I want to go to Washington to see the Smithsonian museums. California redwoods are amazing. I've heard. They look cool. I've been to California probably more than any other places in the US. But I always stay in LA, Anaheim, Irvine, that stack of places. That stack of unfortunate places to live, unless you make a lot of money. I don't go to Washington to see Aduria. The problem is, what else is there in Washington? What, a mountain and the Seattle Kraken? Like, hold up, dude. You're telling me that's better than going to Montana? I love going to Montanas. Their rivers are great. Come to DC. I do want to see DC. Like it looks cool. I like history. I like American history. Like reading about it. Like you know, it's dope. It'd be cool to go see the Smithsonian at some point in time. I like aerospace. Go see the different Smithsonians. And there's like 15 of them stacked up in one street, avenue, mall, whatever. The Olympic National Forest. Ooh, is that worth seeing, or are you coping? Is it actually worth seeing, or are you coping? You can tell me. It's fine. I won't judge you. I will shame you, but I won't judge you. What am I doing in Washington, man? The fuck is there to see in Washington besides Aduria? Aduria is great, but very expensive to travel, so pretty, but definitely just spitballing there. Yeah, that's fair. You know what? I appreciate the honesty. That's reasonable. I want to go to see my friend Galaxy Goldfish because she said she'd take me to a college ball game. She actually didn't, but I'm gonna keep telling her that she did until I gaslight her into thinking she said that she would. So there's that. And then I'll have an irrational love of one American college football team for no reason because I have no affiliation with the school whatsoever, and be like every other American I know. So Washington also have the Museum of Pop Culture and some good conventions, and Pike Street Market. I appreciate the effort. A lot of craft beer. There you go. Okay. I don't know about the Museum of Pop Culture. I used to go to Museum of Pop Culture when I've been to Las Vegas, Nevada, right? Hiking or outdoorsy stuff, there's plenty spectacular national parks in the US. I didn't used to love hiking, but hiking is one of the main ways, Brooklyn, that I've lost all the weight that I've lost. I've lost in 2 years about 100 pounds. I'm back down to where I was around, well, almost around before the winter started. And hiking was one of the major ways that I did it. Now, it's very difficult for a lot of national parks to compete with the Canadian Rockies, and I just gotta admit it.
There's not a lot of places that natural beauty hiking trails can hold a candle to the Rocky Mountains. Obviously, America has beautiful Rockies as well. But like East Coast stuff, I don't know about the national parks out there, but I would love to see all the national parks. I love how you guys brand your national parks and how you make it an adventure. And it's like culture and history and part of who America is to have the national parks. We don't do that shit in Canada, and I wish we did. I went to the first American national park I ever went to was actually in Hawaii, the Haleakala National Park, and they had all the shit there, all the books, all the stickers, all the branding stuff, and it was awesome. And I picked up this like map with like, you know, stickers that you'd like scratch off or whatever or something of all the national parks, and I was like, fuck, what a great goal it would be to hit every American national park. Like, that'd be an amazing experience, and I'd love to do it at some point in time. So I do love the outdoorsy stuff. The thing is, I probably wouldn't travel for it specifically unless it was really spectacular landscape. And the only places I can think of that have really spectacular landscape that I can't get where I live are like maybe like Hawaii and like, I don't know. Hiking trails, I do love to hike, but it's tough, man. When I have BC on one side of the mountains and Alberta on the other side of the mountains, it's real tough to convince me to spend the money to go hike somewhere, you know, in the US when I have that. Not that it's not beautiful, it's just if I'm gonna be spending money to go travel somewhere, I'm less enthused about it knowing what I have like at home, you know what I mean? Pike Place Market is neat until the homeless people take it over at night. Ooh, I could do that, you know? Go fight a bum? Sure, why not, man? I used to do that down 17th Ave. Went to Yosemite National Park last year in Zion last month. They're so breathtaking. Yeah, you know, it'd be cool to see all the national parks. If I was doing it for the intent of seeing the national parks, it'd be a cool like adventure to go to all of them. But if it was like, hey, that's the reason to go to Montana or wherever is for the national parks, that's like less of a thing that I would probably be enthused by, unless I was doing all of them for the sake of it. A chance to go to Yosemite, absolutely do it. Yeah? Okay. I hear a lot of people say that about Yosemite specifically. So, maybe it's got some unique qualities in there that are worth a trip. Probably does. Everywhere has their charms, you know? Rainier National Park is really nice too. From Mount Rainier. Went to Yellowknife back in January and got to see the lights. Yellowknife, like Yellowknife, Canada? You went to Yellowknife in the winter? Why did you go to fucking Why? What a fucking dump, dude. You mean Yellowknife, Canada? Really? Alright, fucking sick, let's go. Hope you had fun. Is that the Yellowknife you mean? Like, the lights are great. We get the Northern Lights down where I live, too. My dad wanted to go there specifically. Okay. Yeah, look, Yellowknife and Whitehorse are great in theory, but they're such dumps. If you're going there in like the winter to see the lights or whatever, sure, I can respect that. But I think there's other places you can go further south to get the lights just as good, and you don't have to go to fucking Yellowknife. But you know, I'm just surprised. I don't think that's dumb or whatever. I'm just it just caught me off guard a little bit, but absolutely reasonable. Hope you had a beautiful time. Welcome to Canada. Let's go. That's cool though. You got to see the lights. Yeah, I mean, we got the Northern Lights down in as far south as South Alberta last year, and it was pretty spectacular. Went out a couple nights here and there to see the Canadian lights. That's right. We're monopolizing all of them. They're now the Canadian lights. Fuck your North. Screw you, Norway and Greenland. They're now the Canadian lights. Yeah, it's cool. These are cool things to go see in IRL. Trivers is huge there. So many out-of-country folks also did not realize it was a dump. That's funny. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it's not like more of a tourist spot, and then it would like clean up a bit. But I hope you had fun regardless. I hope you enjoyed your time there.
seeing the lights. But it was worth the experience. Once in a lifetime thing. Go see the Northern Lights. They see something about commissions out of the corner of my eye during my meeting. I was joking about expensive, overpriced anime commissions. I don't think we're talking about real commissions, though. Like coffee sketches, we're talking about them being open again. But no, my formal commissions are closed for a little while longer. Unfortunately, they have to be. I'm turbo stun locked with projects for a little while anyway. Get a rose pendant in there. I shut down for the meeting, so yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Got super lucky last night. There was an 8 Aurora or something on the scale. Post a picture in Discord. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy too how much better they look with like nighttime photography. You can get some crazy colors out of them. That's dope. That's pretty high too on the whatever metric. I think down here we only get like 6s or 5s or whatever, so... I remember some in my chat a long time ago, like more than a couple years ago. I remember they said, like, I went to Canada to see the Northern Lights for the first time, but I was disappointed. And I was like, why are you disappointed? And they said, because I thought they made sounds. I thought they made noises. Like, I was expecting, like, music and chimes and shit. I don't know why, I've just never forgotten that comment. Like, ever. And it's just stayed with me for the entirety duration of my adult life. Yep. It's just always been...
I gotta go get ready for the live stream tech check.
Alright,
gotta
good
get
luck.
a few things done beforehand.
Of course.
I will bug you all tomorrow for the holidays. Smile. Catch you all later. Bye.
Hope you're feeling better for the stream, Mel. But have the best time and go crush it. Y'all are amazing over there. Go do the thing, Mel. Thanks for chilling. Do better, homeboy. They called Northern Lights, not Northern Music and Lights Show. Yeah, look, I don't. Yeah, I've heard. But that's not the first time. So I was in Las Vegas, and I was standing in some dumpy hotel at White Castle, waiting for my burgers because I was gonna eat White Castle for the first time. I got food poisoning, by the way. Terrible food poisoning. I'd do it again. And I was waiting. This guy was like, "Yeah, where'd you come from?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Canada." He's like, "Oh shit, you're from Canada, man? I want to go to Canada." I'm like, "Oh yeah, come up here. It's good." He's like, "Yeah, I want to see the Northern Lights." And I'm like, "Yeah, they're cool." He's like, "Yo, what do they sound like?" So I worry that there's this pervasive like idea amongst some Americans that the Northern Lights have like music, maybe because in movies they have like majestic music playing or whatever. I don't know. Oh shit, Lou, what's up? Hello. Hello. Yo, thank you for the raid, Lou. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, friends. What is good? What'd y'all do today on stream?
I am feeling much better, Evan.
Yes,
thanks
good.
You and the cute peeps here in the chat.
All right, thanks for chilling, Mel. I appreciate it. Thanks for the bits. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better, so that's awesome. But thanks for the bits, Mel. Lou, good to see you. If you guys aren't following Lou Arts, please go follow Lou. Lou's amazing. An incredible artist, a majestic sculptor of amazing things, and one of my inspirations. When I grew up, I want to be a real artist like Lulu, so that's one of my goals in life, is to be a real artist. So I'm always looking up to amazing Instagram too. If you guys aren't following Lulu on Instagram, actually, let me link it. Instagram. Where's Lou? Where are you? Lou Arts. Lou _ artwork. Boom. 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 That's your Instagram, right? Did I get that right? I hope I got that right. Yeah, Lulu's amazing. Seriously, if you guys aren't following Lulu, go over there and drop a follow and watch how an actual artist works. Not my bullshit. Not my nonsense. But welcome to everybody from Lulu's stream. Thank you for the follow, Jason. If you guys don't know about my bullshit, I'm Evan and I draw stuff for my D&D adventure. So that's my jam. Hope you guys enjoy that. We're just drawing a Tiefling character request for somebody today, so we're having fun chilling, talking about how half the Americans I've ever met thought the Northern Lights have noise or music to them. So, Salacious Crumb, you won me over already? Well, okay, hold up. Jason, you know not what you've done. So, I have a thing with Salacious Crumb. I have a shrine to Salacious Crumb. Not only do I have various figures of my favorite Star Wars character, but over the years I've built quite the collection of signed Salacious B. Crumb and other cards. As Salacious B. Crumb is my favorite Star Wars character by a fucking long shot. I actually built one of my emotes off of Salacious B. Crumb, but after I realized that I was getting more serious about streaming and I couldn't have an IP thing, I had to make my own version of it. So I have an emote that is my prestige emote that is the Evamble Crumb, which is my version of the Crumb. Here, I'll make it big. Gigantify emote. This is my non-IP infringing version of my Salacious B. Crumb. Is right there. So it's called a Relysian feathered goblin monkey instead of a Kowakian monkey lizard. It's a Relysian feathered goblin monkey, and they can be found all over my world in my D&D campaign. And I made that my prestige emote. So, like, for instance, this is a $5,000 Salacious Crumb emote, Salacious Crumb knockoff emote. There you go. In case you wanted to know what. No, Salacious Crumb's my favorite, dude. Exactly. Perfect lackey. Perfect lackey. The command died. It did die, and I'm really bummed about that. It's one of the old vintage commands that didn't make it over from switching from Streamlabs to Stream Elements. Adaria. So, you're right. I gotta fix that shit. But I think we're just about almost done with our... Oh, no. I gotta do some other fills. Ooh, okay. Hold up. We gotta get in here. But thank you again, Lou, for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm always honored simply by your presence, and I do think you guys should all go follow Lulu. So he's like a goon or a pet. He's both. Exactly a lackey and a pet all in one. I kind of wanted to name my dog Salacious, but I don't think my wife would have gone for it. No, you know, the problem is she actually would have. She would have. That's the problem, is I would now have a dog named Salacious. So, you know. You're exhausted. It's always a pleasure. Dude, I'm honored. That's such a humbling thing to be told by you, so. Hope stream was good. Hope you were all chilling today. Okay, I think... Brooklyn, I think Bliss is about done. I think we're just about there. I think just I need to do a couple of quick little things tonight, and I think we'll be done. So there she is. There's the girl. I'm a little sad, man. I'm a little sad. You know, because this is my last Brooklyn request on Coffee. I'll have no more Brooklyn sketches to do. So it was very heart-wrenching when I had to do my last Sabine sketch, and now I have to do my last Brooklyn sketch. So. But here we go. Here's Bliss. Here's Bliss. There she is. There's the homie right there. That was fun. Thank you for the request to get on Coffee. I'm sorry my Coffee requests are closed for a little while. I have to keep them closed for a bit, so don't tempt us for requests again. No, I'm too busy. I can't. Nope. Nope. Good, Evan. All right. Balanced. Responsible. Yes. Okay, good. No more opening requests, just so you can work for your favorite people. There we go.
Composure, Evan. Composure. Oops. It's my eraser. That's the wrong brush. That's the right brush.
Curse the wardens.
Jesus Christ, Brooklyn. What the fuck, dude? Why? You already bought the sketches. You can't just get your hurl tips. That's not the way this works. God damn it. Fuck, dude. Jeez, I don't deserve that, Brooklyn. Come on, dude. Fuck. Holy shit. Temporary character to be a lovely person? Dude, seriously, you don't have to do that. I don't deserve that, dude. I'm honored to have been requested by you. So, god damn, stop it. Okay. God damn it. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, fuck. Thank you. That's highly unnecessary and completely fuck. But thank you for the...
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub
God
to
damn it.
Jason Fraley.
God damn it. Okay, chill. All right. Thank you, whoever that was as well. Thank you, the anonymous gifter, even though you're a coward. And let me thank you by name. Ah, God. Thank you. I appreciate it. You felt just as torn up when you finished my last coffee request? I said coffee request, Dark, not Discord requests. We're talking about coffee, not Discord, so that's why I didn't mention you, obviously. So, welcome to the guild, Jason. Whoever got you, now you too can use a crummy emote. So, can you show Leah really quick? I missed her yesterday. Oh, sure. Okay, hold on. Let me end my process video here. Leah. I still haven't done my adjustments on her, but there is our Lady Leah.
Curse the wardens and their minions.
Stop it!
Is this what we're doing
No,
now?
we're not.
I'm on board.
No,
Oh,
this is
I'll
not.
be
That's
united.
this is 50. I thought that said 5, not 50. God damn it! Fuck! Why, guys? What? What the fuck, man? Jesus. Fuck. Thank you, Brooklyn and Dark, for the 50. Jesus, God. Fuck. Okay. Thank you for that, even though it's...
Anonymous
Come on,
user
man.
gifted a tier 1
Come
sub to
on.
Lou_art_.
Thank you, whoever that was again as well, for the anonymous gift us up to Lou. Thank you. Welcome to the guild, Lou. Appreciate it. Happy to have you. All right.
Here's the 5 you asked for.
I didn't ask for it, okay? Stop it. There's no goal. There's no dono goal, okay? That's not what we do in this channel. All right? I joke about microtransacting my clients. There's not... Guys, seriously, please, that's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it, but stop. Please, chill. I don't deserve it, man. I'm just happy. I'm happy that you guys were happy with your pieces, and thank you very much for the request, okay? But beyond that, I am unworthy. Fuck. Okay, no, I gotta get my composure back. Okay. Whew, okay. But yes, there's Leah and Bliss and who else do we have? Shit, I gotta get all of Brooklyn's characters up together. I still haven't sent her Leah yet either, because I wasn't sure if I needed to do any adjustments on it, and I need to properly size it and whatnot. Fuck, man. Get all flustered, bro.
Woo.
Okay, hold on. Who else do we have here? And then we have... Oh, wait. Bliss is... Rob, dude, thanks for tier 2, man. Welcome back to the guild for another month, dude.
I'm
Thanks,
sorry.
dog. I appreciate
didn't
it.
realize I was short.
No,
I'm
stop,
sorry.
stop.
Please forgive me.
Stop
Here
it.
is my monies.
Stop it. Just fucking chill. What dono goals? 7 grateful blushing rage goal? Stop it, dude. I don't... Okay. You can meme hard, I get it, but this is... You guys... You go... Boom. Okay. Composure, Evan. Composure. I will not be flustered into... Okay. Then there's Valerica. And of course, it all started with... Oh, is Addy just... Oh, no. There's text here. Oh, no. I can't fit them on the page. Addy, no. There we go. And then we got Bliss over here. We'll size up. match our others. Look at her brattiness. All right, no, we'll kill the frame here. All right, there we go.
Anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub
Guys,
to Midnight
chill, man.
Reaper.
Please, chill. Relax, dude. You guys are throwing too much shit at me. Thank you for the gift sub to Midnight Raven. Hello, Midnight Raven. Welcome to the channel. Found you on YouTube and checked out your Twitch because I saw the sub notification. Your stuff is so cool, man. What the heck, dude? I appreciate that. Welcome to the Twitch stream. I appreciate it. You've caught me a little flustered right now, but I'm honored to have you here, Raven. So thanks for stopping by. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm glad you enjoyed the YouTube videos. Okay, there we go. From Addy all the way up to Bliss, the many faces of Brooklyn the Bard. There we go. What a delightful project, man. I fucking love this shit. I absolutely adore this shit. This is my favorite right here. Is seeing the characters all lined up from one person. Holy shit, dude. Well, there they are. There they are. Top tier character.
Another
Wait.
member for the Orb Cult. Hey Evan, I have a question. Okay, so I'm wondering.
Yes.
Like, are these all
Hello.
the same character?
Mm-hmm.
They all look the same.
Yep.
Like hot, haughty female fantasy characters.
Yep.
Please don't ban.
Yep.
I sorry. Plaza no ban.
According to YouTube comments, they are the same character. So, yeah. Whew, man, I'm trying my best over here, but we're just not gonna get away from that. Those accusations, are we? Everyone has been some of the best characters I've ever seen and played with. That's awesome too. So I'm really glad you. Yeah, I'm glad you approve. It's cool. It's dope having like even the whole party. We also got our homeboy in here. Oh, jeez, wait, I can't fit everybody here. Can't fit the whole party, and I'm sorry. It's too small. I fucked up. Bliz's hair looks fabulous. Thank you, Salesian. Wait, why did my YouTube chat on my OBS die all of a sudden? And now I have to look over my YouTube. I would have missed that and just completely ignored Salesian had I not had my YouTube chat open as well. I'm so trolled by this shit. They all have the pouty lips. Yeah, the pouty lips and the smolder, right? That's apparently what I'm getting known for, so fuck. Well, they're all very important characters, so I'm very excited about seeing them all together. It's really satisfying. Fuck YouTube comments and their same face bullshit. All right, that was fun. That was fun. They're all cool. I'm skeptical of the Leah piece because I was looking at Leah last night. I was like, oh, I'll send Leah to Brooklyn tonight. I just got to do some touch-ups, but I was like, wait, I don't see anything I need to touch up, which happens occasionally where I don't change anything. Like probably 1 in 4 pieces I like go to look back at and I'm like, oh, I got to do some touch-ups at the end of it. And I'm like, oh no, it was fine the first time. Okay, cool. Which is totally fine. But I was skeptical yesterday because I was like kind of messed up from my hospital appointment. I'm like, I don't trust myself right now. So you got a 1 on your green dragon check. Oh my god. You know what that means, Jacob. You know what that means, right? On the green dragon check, if a guild member rolls a 100, I have to draw a green dragon for all of you. However, if a 1 is rolled, you all have to draw a green dragon for me. That's the rule, man. We haven't had a 1 in like 4 years. We've had more green dragon checks at 100 than 1s. So all of you are now compelled to draw a green dragon, and I will be expecting them to be placed in the Discord finished work channel. Please do your best to honor the tradition and draw a green dragon with dignity and grace, and don't just cop out like me and draw Trogdor the Burninating things. Never mind. That's all I'm gonna get is just like 15 Trogdors, aren't I? Shit. People nope. What? People nope. Do you know if I forgot to apply for TwitchCon? I forgot to apply for TwitchCon. to one of my artist friends on the weekend who is going to TwitchCon as an artist. She was like, "Hey, did you apply? Are we gonna I see a TwitchCon this year?" I was like, "Yeah, I gotta apply for it." She was like, "Oh, fuck." Definitely wasn't gonna do Trogdor. Of course not. Of course not. You would represent yourself with far more class than simply drawing Trogdor the Burninator, wouldn't you? That's what I could expect from the illustrious members of Dragon Claim. Yep. Listen, I hold you all to high standards here, so. Okay. All right. We got all 4 done. Congratulations. That is the first round of coffee requests in the bag. As a little refresher here, we did. So we had for Brooklyn, we had not in order, Valerica, Addie, Bliss, and Leah. For Silesian, we had, ooh, I gotta get my frame back up here. We had the Ancient Veil. What was the Veil? Shit. The fuck, I forgot the name of it. The something Veil. Shit. Aster Veil. For Mithril Fox, we had August Green. For Tombstone, we had Reed. Fuck, I was like, what was I remember the full name. For Luck, we had Luck. For who do we have? Nope. There we go. For the Peerless of Sabines, we had Vesper, Alistair, and Janora. All started with our girl Vesper right here. The first one that I did. Can you believe it? Are animals and creatures better than humans? Guess I'll shoot my shot, but only because someone gave me a gift. Yeah, there you go. For what? For drawing Trogdor. Sick. Well, thank you everybody for round 1 of coffee requests. Thank you for the off of coffee requests too, you fucking goblins. That was cool. That was really fun. I enjoyed my time doing sketches for all of you guys and drawing your your silly D&D characters. Also, if you're buying a print, come next paycheck, I showed them the Vesper print. Ooh. Did the illustrious player of Alistair, did he like the 300 GSM cotton rag archival grade paper that I printed it on? Because nobody gives a shit about that but me. Nobody cares about the quality of print except for me, and I think it's so funny. But I was at so I forgot to tell you the story at GameCon when I was remembering shit from GameCon. But I was telling somebody about this, and I was talking about the print quality of my prints. And I was saying like, oh yeah, you know, well, like because he said, oh, you don't have like a bulk deal, like 3 for whatever, or buy 2 get 1 free or anything like that. I was like, no, sorry, I like my material cost is very high because I have a very expensive paper that I print on because I try and make like gallery prints, like giclée. Like calling them giclée prints is like correct, but it's also not necessarily fully correct to say they're giclée prints, whatever, but it's fancy. And I was talking about that. I was like, yeah, you know, I prefer to have them be like a gallery grade archival type thing, whatever. I try and treat my prints with this like feeling of kind of trying to make like original work with them as much like that I can put into it. And they were like, oh, but that's not a good idea, is it? I was like, what? Like, yeah, I'm an artist and I do conventions. That's like a really bad idea, isn't it? Because then you have to take your prints back with you. This meta of artists, I am sick of this shit. This meta of artists making shitty prints of their beautiful work just so they can throw out the extras and not have to travel back with them. I'm done with this shit, dog. I'm over it. I'm in official rebellion. Though to be fair, again, not a single fucking person did give a shit about my print quality being higher. One person did actually say something nice about that. They're like, oh, can I like feel the paper? And I was like, oh yeah, sure, go for it. Because they're just like displays. They're like, she feels it. She's like, oh wow, this is like a cold press, isn't it?
I was like,
yes, it is a cold press. I see you know your print paper. And she's like, oh, well, I do watercolor, so I really love like prints on cold press. It looks like really beautiful. I was like, what? You do? And she was like, yeah, this is great. I mean, I'm surprised you're only selling these for $50. What? Somebody appreciates the print, the paper? What? She's the only person. She didn't buy print though, but you know, whatever. People do that. Oh yeah, Salesian. So this broke my heart. The first time I went to a big convention as an artist was Edmonton Expo last year. And at the end of the expo, there was a guy who had a pretty big booth. He had like a double table, like I think it was an end cap, but it was like a pretty substantial like setup. And he, I'm sitting there at the end of Expo. The con closes. We're taking down stuff as fast as possible because we want to get on the road and get home. So we're ripping everything down, and we're getting ready to go. And I see the artist, and he's like, you know, after getting some things down, I see him over by the trash can. And I see him taking like stacks of his prints out of a box and shredding them in half and dropping them in the trash can. He's taking like 20, 30 at a time, just shredding them straight in half and dropping in the can. And I was like just like setting stuff up, like looking at my shoulder, what the fuck? So I go over, I was like, hey man, how'd the con go? And he's like, oh great, dude. How about you? For you? I'm like, yeah, so. And he's like, oh, okay, well, you know, yeah, keep going, man. Your stuff's great. I'm like, yeah, thanks. Just curious, why are you shredding those? He's like, oh, sorry, did you want one? Like, no, it's fine. I was just curious why you're shredding them. He's like, well, because I don't want people taking them out of the trash. And I was like, what? But like, why are you throwing them out? And he's like, because these boxes are heavy. You think I want to go back home on the plane with them? I had to pay for like oversized or heavy luggage or whatever on the way here. I'm not paying for that on the way back. It's like, what the fuck? But then you have to buy more. He's like, yeah, they're like 20. These cost me like 20 cents a page. I think he said like 18 cents or whatever a page. He's like, yeah, I just make a new box of prints every time. And then he's like, then I don't have to deal with inventory either. I have to like figure out what I'm missing. I just make a certain set of whatever. I print a certain set of prints, and then I get the box. And he's like, I don't even open the fucking box to check to see if they're the right prints until I get the convention. He was like, thought it was hilarious, and then I was like, oh, okay, that's crazy, man. And I was like aghast by this. I was terribly offended. And then a couple of other convention artists I talked to. Koritz, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. Thanks, dude. Welcome. They were saying like, oh yeah, that's common if for artists that travel. Yeah, you don't want to have to take your prints back. I was like, what in the fuck? How is this like a normal thing? But I guess it's just part of the culture of it or whatever. So the print quality of average poster prints at conventions is absolute trash. And that's okay, because I guess people don't give a shit about that. But what it means is that people don't give a shit about it being like mediocre print quality or whatever. Nobody cares about my print quality, which makes me kind of sad, I guess. But also it's like really funny. Beyond, thank you for the follow as well. Thanks, dude. That's why you should always have a low stock of high quality items to keep display images in case they sell out. Yeah, I mean, I sold out of a couple of prints, and I have to actually mail out a few because I told people that I would do a free shipping on larger prints at the convention. So, yeah, that was kind of funny. They don't bring 5,000 prints, right? Yeah. I can never throw them away. That's wild, but it's what apparently convention artists do, right? Never seen that at conventions before. That's wild. So yeah. So I didn't like. That's like the meta if you travel on the plane with your prints. And I was like, this guy's crazy until like Koi was in chat. She told me, she's like, fucking everybody does that. Are you crazy? I'm spending like $8 a sheet of paper to sell $20 prints or $25 prints or whatever. And I'm sitting here being like, oh, wow, I have a pretty good margin on my prints. Meanwhile, these dudes are selling their prints for like $20 or whatever. And their profit margin on their prints is like 99.9 rounded to 100%. It's crazy. I don't know. Whatever, man. I need to make more. Like, I have a stack of extra prints from the convention, and I know what I need to make more of. I need to make more dragons. That's what I need more of. Printer prints, they print off the library for 25 cents, right? I still like prints for $25, but I also got like caught flack where somebody said, why are your prints, why do they have white borders on them? You should really like. Sorry, it was another artist. I forgot, dude. I'm forgetting all these fucking meme stories that I was trying to remember when we were talking about going over GameCon. I was like, what are the meme stories I forgot? Dark, come on, man.
Oh, hey Evan, Yeah,
Yes, hello.
I can come up and pick up your first editions to shred them so you don't need to
Oh,
store
okay.
them.
Yeah. Thanks,
I
bro.
got you, bud. No problem.
Oh, okay. Thanks, man. Yeah, if you don't mind, just drop pop them on a shredder for me. Thanks, thanks, homie. Thanks to the 5. Appreciate it, Dark. Thanks, dude. But it was another artist, and she was like, "Hey, you know," I saw she had an exhibitor badge, and she was like, "Hey, how's the convention for you?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's going good. Like, how's it going for you?" She's like, "Not bad. Probably won't be back." This is, you know, said some heinous things with Edmonton that I agreed with. And she was like, "Wow, like how did you do?" And I was like, "Well, I sold out of a couple prints, but not like all of them." And she's like, "Oh, you'd probably sell more if you did full bleed prints." And I was like, "Yeah, but I that's like poster style, right? And I have print style." And she's like, "Yeah, but like white border is like you don't have like you can get full bleed prints printed for like the same amount." I was like, "Yeah, but then you can't frame them as easily." She's like, "Frame them? Nobody frames prints." I was like, "What? This is I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong market. This is completely fucking wrong. Like this is crazy." It was insane. I'm like, "So where are you gonna sign your work? On the piece? No, you sign it and number it under the piece on the bleed so you can mat it and frame it. This is how high quality prints are made." But I realized at that moment how many people thought that my prints were shit because they had a white border, because they were made like that. And I don't know. I wonder if that hurt me at the convention. So this is the artist version of Ella hand polishing each die and making everyone be shocked. Yeah, you know what? That's perfect. Yes, probably, Sabine. That's hilarious. You're in Edmonton? I should have gone. Yeah, I was in Edmonton last weekend for GameCon. It was fun. It was good. I think about going to the con and convinced myself I was too expensive to go. Really? Oh, it was great. GameCon is the best convention in Alberta. GameCon clears Edmonton and Calgary expos by a mile. The vibes at GameCon are so much better in my opinion. And everyone who's there who's like, "This is my first year here. What the fuck? This is a great convention." Totally agreed. It's awesome. I will be in so the next time I'm going to Edmonton is sort of Edmonton. I'm going to the Vegreville Renaissance Fair in a month with Ella. My wife's a dice maker, so I wouldn't go to the convention on my own if I didn't have to go with Ella anyway. The only reason I have a table and I sell my art at conventions now this year is because I'm going with my wife anyway. So we get a discount on buying 2 tables, and then I sell some prints, and it's awesome. And I meet some people from, you know, YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and whatnot. It's awesome. So the next time we're going to be up in Edmonton is Vegreville. So if you want to go to the Vegreville Red Fair, let's fucking go, dude. It's a good time, man. There's smoked turkey legs and flagons of meat everywhere. It's rad. And then we'll be up again for Edmonton Expo, for actual proper in Edmonton Expo. I'm going to Edmonton a lot this year. Shit, I'm going to Edmonton a bunch. So midnight, Raven, if you do stop by and you do find me, let me know, because I do little sketch cards and things for my Twitch subs that I meet in person. So if you're at a convention, I don't there's not a lot of Albertan like viewers of mine, so I don't make a ton of them, but I always find it it makes my day to be able to give you guys sketch cards. So if you ever do go to one of those events, come find me. Even though I'm actually from Alberta, so I should go to cons. I'm getting a Tifa cosplay ready. I need to wear around. That's fucking sick, dude. Yeah, I mean, so all the cons are like good vibe, but I think GameCon is like the best by a long shot. So I don't know. I have a handful of mini prints because I have a small quantity of hand sculpted artisan goods, but I am with you, Evan. If I ever do more printed works, I'm gonna stick to quality. Yeah, I really don't want to drop on quality just for, I don't know. There's something about it that bothers me quite a bit when I make, like, the idea of making prints that are mass produced. Not that I'm judging any artist for doing this, but because of my own obsessive need to feel like my work has some level of permanence, I need to make and sign all my own prints. And I know that's dumb and doesn't matter to anybody, but it's important to me. So I know it's silly and stupid, but yeah, that's just the way I want to do it. So all right, but I gotta bounce. I got things to do. I gotta fucking rocket out of here and just fucking ninja powder, smoke, vanish, bomb, and disappear basically immediately. So I think is Vixie still live? I think Vixie's still live. I don't to raid Vixie. If Vixie's still alive. Please be still alive, Vixie. Okay, we're gonna raid Vixie. We're gonna raid my D&D players. So, Vixie, we're gonna raid No Fox Were Given, which is Vixie, and we're gonna raid. So Vixie, Ashy, and Ulner are all playing Magic the Gathering today. And I don't raid a lot of VTubers that often because I know a lot of you guys are kind of weird about VTubers. But these are these are my homies. These are my homegirls. I play D&D with them on Thursdays. So we're gonna go say hi to Vixie, Ulner, and Ashy. Vixie's doing a bit of a bigger stream today, so I really want to support her and make sure that Ashy and her feel the love. So go say hi to Vixie and Ashy. Tell them our raid message is going to be please don't TPK Evan this week. That's what we're gonna say. You're all gonna beg Ashy not to TPK the party. If you want to call Vixie a salad and you want to call her my favorite salad, you can, because she is my favorite salad. But anyway, so I will see you guys later. Where's my outro? Where the fuck is my outro? The fuck? Where did all my Spotify thing go? What the fuck? Where's my outro? I'm so mad. We can't end stream without the outro. There we go. All right, cool. There we go. Okay, guys. Thank you for everybody who came today. I will see you all tomorrow, same time, 10 p.m., 10 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. PST. It was an honor to hang out with you. And until next time, my friends. Farewell.